Victor, Christina, Jeremy, we're going to the moon.
This vehicle, along with about 8.8 million pounds of thrust, is going to accelerate the Artemis II crew here farther into space than we've ever sent humans before around the moon, back here safely to Earth.
We are going to, on this mission for the first time, test out the life support system with water delivery, oxygen delivery for the astronauts, so we're all excited.
This is just such a shining example of collaboration, and it just deserves to be celebrated.
This is a test flight. And so the activities that we do together, we are going to learn from them.
We have developed an integrated research campaign that will support all of our future Artemis missions to make sure that we can travel safely in space and bring everybody home.
Focus from every minute is going to be the most important thing. We're never taking a sigh of relief. We're never stepping back. We're bringing everything into this consolidated moment of performing in our time.
Christina and I may very well be the ones on the microphone when we're closest to the moon, so that we can put her eyeballs on the surface and I'm recording pictures and recording her, and those moments may change what we know about the moon, what we know about the Earth, what we know about our solar system and the universe. That's mind-blowing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Spaceflight Now's live coverage of this, the culmination of the Artemis II mission. Today's splashdown day, April 10th, and we are awaiting the return home of 4 astronauts, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. Let's take you out live to the Orion spacecraft, which has been getting steadily closer to our home planet, our little spaceship Earth. You're taking a look now from one of the solar array wing cameras, looking back at the aft end of the service module, the European service module, and the main engine at the heart of it, as well as some of its additional support engines. As you can see in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, we are just about 3 hours, 3 minutes, 8 seconds and counting to the splashdown of the Orion spacecraft. Before that happens, though, there are a number of milestones in the return sequence, including the crew redonning their Orion Crew Survival System, or AUX, suits, as well as going through the rest of their entry checklist. The European service module that you're looking at live will jettison, and then the heat shield at the base of the crew module will be exposed in preparation for atmospheric re-entry. It's going to be a busy sequence as things get closer to the moment of splashdown. Just to give you a couple of highlights as we're kicking off our live coverage here, at about 6:33 p.m. Central, 7:33 p.m. Eastern, 23:33 UTC, the crew module will separate from the service module, as I just mentioned. The heat shield is expected to experience temperatures of around 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It may differ a little bit with the actual temperature, but that's in the ballpark of what the Orion spacecraft is expected to experience. About 4 minutes after separating the service module up top, where the astronauts are from the crew module, where the astronauts are from the service module, which has been providing the power, propulsion, and life support system to Orion, there will be an 18-second crew module raise burn using the reaction control system thrusters on the crew module that will put the spacecraft in the right entry angle to begin the atmospheric interface period of reentry. Moving down the timeline at 6:53 p.m. Central, 7:53 p.m. Eastern, about 400,000 feet above the surface of the Earth, the Orion spacecraft will be traveling roughly 35 times the speed of sound, and the crew will experience nearly 4 Gs during this part of the entry profile, so about 4 times the regular pressure that we all experience here on Earth nominally. Moving along at 7:03 p.m. Central, 8:03 p.m. Eastern, when the spacecraft is about 22,000 feet, the drogue parachutes will deploy. That will help slow and stabilize the vehicle. A few minutes or shortly before then, the forward bay cover at the top of the Orion crew module will be jettisoned and start the parachute deployment sequence. If you haven't had a chance, we've got a great video with one of the parachute lead experts. You can learn all about both the material that helped to make the parachutes as well as the sequence of deployment and the timing of all this. And of course, we'll continue to talk about that as we go through these next 3 hours as well. About a minute past when the drogue parachutes deploy, or when the spacecraft is expected to be about 6,000 feet above the ocean's surface, the 3 main parachutes will deploy. You'll see them first extend in what was described to us by the parachute expert as almost a hot dog shape, where they will be sort of in that elongated form before the first set of internal pyros go off, and then the chutes expand to almost a light bulb style shape. And then one more set of pyros will fully release and let the main chutes deploy fully. There are 11 total parachutes on the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way back to the Earth for its final splashdown. And along the way, as the various stages of the chutes deploy, Orion can afford to lose up to 1 parachute per sequence in a 4-chute sequence of events. So lots of redundancy with the re-entry profile for the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way down for a splash in the Pacific Ocean, which is expected at about 8:07 p.m. Eastern, 7:07 and 7 seconds to be super specific, Central. The vehicle is expected to hit the water at a speed of about on the order of 19 to 20 miles per hour, so a fairly gentle splashdown in the waters of the Pacific Ocean. And then that starts the whole recovery sequence after that. There are multiple vessels that are staged to aid in the recovery, led by the U.S. Navy alongside Exploration Ground Services with NASA, which we were able to talk to the manager of the Exploration Ground Services program, so you'll hear from him just a little bit later in our broadcast, and we'll talk about the progress that will happen once Orion hits the water, what their role is, as well as what's been happening over in Florida post-launch. So you'll want to be sure to stick around for that. Speaking of sticking around, see we've got more than 2,600 of you watching along with us live as we're really getting into these final few hours before splashdown. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button and sharing the stream, allowing some more folks to find their way into this live Artemis 2 re-entry live coverage. Also want to give a big shout out to our team behind the scenes who are making this coverage possible. So thanks to our editor, Stephen Young, and to photographer extraordinaire John Pisani, who are both aiding and running the technical operations of the broadcast. As we speak, the pace of space launch doesn't slow down just because much of the world's eyes are on the return of the Orion spacecraft from its about a week and a half long journey. Our photographer Michael Kane is out at the Kennedy Space Center on the Cape side of things, actually over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station right now.
Integrity com check from seat 1.
Hearing some...
Seat 1, have you loud and clear coming down on both OE 1 and 2. How me on 1?
Got you loud and clear on 1, Jackie. We're going to stay in this config on both 1 and 2, and Reid and Victor are in our seats, slowly proceeding along.
Okay, we copy, and just to confirm, that means that you've got the bulk of your suits donned, is that correct?
Just for Reid and Victor, A-firm. We're not gloved, not helmeted yet.
Copy all. Thanks. Integrity BFS is configured for entry with outputs inhibited. And a reminder, when you get to step 9.3, use your separate instance of 18.3.101 to save off the time.
100%. Thanks.
Houston, integrity comm check from C2.
Victor, have you loud and clear? I'm coming up on 1. How me?
Jackie, I have you loud and clear on 1.
You are loud and clear on 2, Jackie.
Local time 4:14 p.m. Central, 5:14 p.m. Eastern. Of course, as those of you who are with us recall from our live coverage with commentary of the lunar flyby on flight day 6, as we hear communications from the Earth to Orion loops, we will do our best to not step on those so that both you, dear viewer, as well as us can pay attention to the communication between the Capcom and Mission Control Center Houston and the white flight control room with a white figure up to the crew of the Orion spacecraft. And has been hearing it might sometimes be Commander Reid Wiseman who's on the mic and responding to the ground, but it might also be any one of the other 3 members of the crew. They might streamline communications now that the vehicle is getting ready to come back to Earth, just for the sake of simplicity of one voice to the ground and one voice back. But of course, we'll do our best to be sure to identify the crew members who are speaking as we roll on through the coverage if those voices from Orion do end up changing. Before we go ahead and welcome in our first guest of the broadcast, want to just give one final thank you to our other photographer who I was unable to mention at the top of the show because we were listening to the loops there. Adam Bernstein, appreciate all the work that he's doing there to get ready for both upcoming launches and in support of the Artemis coverage here as well. So big thank you to our full team for all the work, and to our moderators in the live chat for helping us out in that regard. As you can see with the clock, we are currently splashdown, or I'll call it S minus 2 hours, 15 minutes, 36 seconds and counting. Gorgeous view of our planet Earth here. Without further delay, want to go ahead and introduce our very special guest at the top of the broadcast. Of course, today's show is really all about, besides the crew, of course, and the team behind the mission, but the Orion spacecraft that has been carrying these for Integrity since liftoff back on April 1st, and everything is on pace for a nominal splashdown here in less than 3 hours. So let's talk about this with one of the people who has been steeped in the Orion spacecraft for coming up on nearly 20 years, the architect of the Orion spacecraft, Sean Odell. Sean, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, Sean is with Lockheed Martin, as you can see above his head there. How are you, sir?
Right. Great. Wait, thanks for having me on. This is an exciting day.
It's a very exciting day, and we're very excited to have you here with all of your expertise on the Orion spacecraft. And, you know, as we were talking about before the start of the show, you know, you're living and breathing Orion for, you know, a good chunk of your career. I wonder, just for the folks at home, if you could talk about how you happened to get involved with human space flight, and what was it about this part of space exploration that drew you in to be part of the Orion team for as long as you have?
Sure. No, that's a great question. So I think I, like probably many kids, I'm not unique in having dreamt about being an astronaut, and then potentially working on some kind of space mission one day. I think that's a dream that a lot of kids have. I was really fortunate to be in a lot of right place at right time kinds of things. I grew up in Colorado, went to aerospace grad school at CU Boulder up there, and it just so happened that I graduated from my master's degree at CU right when the big award for the crew exploration vehicle, they called it at the time, and they later became known as Orion. But they let that contract, and Lockheed Martin, based here out of Denver, happened to get it. And of course, one of the first things they did is came up looking for fresh aerospace talent, and there was a bunch of us in CU that were ready and willing. So got fairly lucky, and I love Colorado and been living here anyway, and so it was just it worked really well that just get to stay in my old stomping grounds, but also work on human spaceflight. But it had been a dream for forever, and it's just kind of hard to believe. It's almost surreal now that, you know, not only did you get a chance to sort of dip your toes into it somehow, you helped build the machine that took humans back. You know, it's been really, really neat.
And, you know, for folks who maybe, you know, passingly following along with the Artemis 2 mission, maybe today is the first day that it's come across their radar. They're just checking out the coverage, seeing what's going on. One of the big things that you and your team have been focused on, have been monitoring throughout the process, has been the execution of how well the life support system on the Orion spacecraft has worked, because this is the first time that it's needed to support humans. So, you know, high level, how has it been?
I mean, it's been great. There's been a lot of coverage in the press, and social media has really had a fun time with the bugs in the waste management system, the toilet. But all in all, I mean, for a first time out of the box, Artemis 1 didn't have any of the ECLSS stuff on it, right? So this is really the first time the integrated ECLSS system has had a trial run up in space. You can simulate a lot of that on the ground, but you can only do so much on the ground, even in really high fidelity labs. So for the first time, the integrated product has really come together. I mean, it's been phenomenal. It has been really great. We see reports every morning from the various engineering teams that are analyzing telemetry from the nights before, and lots of good margins and everything. Very few radiation related incidents that, you know, you always kind of wonder about with the electronics and these things. So it's been really, really great. Yeah, I've had that little issue with the urine vent line on the toilet that everybody's loved to talk about, but otherwise it's been really a phenomenal solid system all the way through this last week.
Yeah, and of course, the having a toilet on a spacecraft bound for the moon wasn't a luxury that the Apollo astronauts were afforded. So,
Sure.
even though it's only it's had, as you mentioned, some bugs, I'm sure the Artemis 2 astronauts have been grateful for it when it was working, and there are contingencies around that, the CCUs. So they've had a ways to make it work when the toilet was on the fritz, if you will.
Still beats a plastic bag for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And going back to the start of the mission, when Orion was in the high Earth orbit going through the initial checkouts, of course, there were a lot of things that needed to be checked out and made sure that they worked before making that big call for the translunar injection burn on flight day 2. From where you're sitting, what were the most important things that you were watching for to make sure that they worked as well or better than you were expected, for you to really, be able to sit back a little and think, okay, we're good to go into TLI, we're good to, push out to the moon?
You bet. Well, so the first thing is there's obviously a series of critical events on the way uphill that all have to happen or the mission's over, right? Fairings have to come off, solar arrays have to deploy and lock out in place, and any one of those things can end the mission pretty early if they don't work. So that first couple of minutes up to MECO and then right after MECO is always a little hair-raising because of the critical events in the sequence there. But then on that upfront checkout, because we hung out in that low Earth orbit and that high Earth orbit for a couple of revs there, big thing we're looking for, number one, is to make sure that especially all the new systems, the ECLIS system in particular, but all the critical systems we're not seeing any anomalies, you're not seeing any radiation upsets or anything like that. And the big thing, I think it's, your readers especially will be familiar with the fact that leaky valves and lines have just been kind of the bane of the industry for a while now. Kind of everybody out there has had their share of problems with things that leak. And so that was among the things that we're trying to understand too. There were certainly a few little things that we were kind of nursing along on this spacecraft too, that we wanted to make sure were performing within spec, that we were going to have enough helium or nitrogen or various commodities to get all the way through. And so that was one of the big things, is making sure that all the fluid and gas systems were tight and gonna give us plenty of margin to get there and back. And committing to TLI was mainly about that, making sure that we were going to have commodities to go and come home safely.
And clearly, all the margins were there, and we saw a wonderful lunar flyby, and lots of great views from the various cameras on the saws and from inside the cabin. Having had the chance to hear from the crew throughout the course of this mission, what's kind of been your sense of how well they've enjoyed both living and piloting the spacecraft?
Oh, it was interesting. I can't remember whether it was Reid or Victor was asked a question about how to describe what he's experienced, and he said there weren't any words in the English language, like English was insufficient to say the words. But somewhere along the way, this term moon joy has been conjured, and it seems like that seems to capture it as well as anything, right? I think this crew, in my own personal opinion, they have just slam dunked this whole thing. They have met this whole mission with such integrity and like their namesake, right? And poise, and has really made this into not just an interesting space story, but really kind of a demonstration of the best of humanity, working together across countries and nationalities and all the things that make us good has been on display with this crew. And so that has been, I think, my read of them, and that's obviously the public face, but even behind the scenes, I mean, it'd be interesting to talk to them, but it just seems like they're having a lot of fun up there. You know, I'm sure, as with us all, those of us on the ground and them 100 times more so, it's going to be pretty interesting after we take a step back and are able to look back on this mission in retrospect and see just what a privilege and special thing it was to be able to be a part of it in whatever way we were, you know.
Yeah, well, of course, the Orion team has been, you know, a highly necessary part of it because that was the vehicle they've been, you know, living and working in for the past almost 10 days.
Sure.
So, you know, now we're down to the...
Integrity.
Oh, it's possible.
Steps 12, 13, 14, and 15 are complete.
Jeremy Houston copies. Thank you.
And as we mentioned at the start of our conversation, for folks that may just be joining in, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the return of the Artemis II crew, and just listening to some words between Canadian Space Agency astronaut and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen calling down to Mission Control Center in Houston, confirming the latest status update as they go through their reentry preparation checklist, a various series of events that they're doing to configure the cabin, if you will, for the reentry of the vehicle. Make sure that everything is stowed properly in the right place, so that, you know, the energetic event of going back through the atmosphere can be done as safely as possible, and you don't have something, you know, flying out of place when you really don't need anything moving more than you want it to be. So bringing back in our expert guest here, Sean O'Dell, the Orion spacecraft architect at Lockheed Martin. You know, the checklist is moving through right now, and we're getting down to the heart of the most dynamic part of what is coming up today, the atmospheric reentry. You know, the analysis of the heat shield, the redesign of the entry profile has been, you know, really run to the ground as far as the understanding of that, the acceptance by both the mission management team as well as the crew who we heard from, you know, speak at length to this back in the summer of 2024 when they came to the Kennedy Space Center, and we had a chance to talk with them and the rest of our media colleagues. But, you know, now that we are here on the day of reentry, how are you feeling about that moment when the heat shield is going to be once again put through its paces?
Well, you know, I'm sure that no matter how much data and how much testing you have, there's always still that irrational fear part of humans that, you know, you won't ever not be biting your nails when you go through, especially that 6 minutes of calm blackout where it's all on the machine. You know, there's nothing more that ground control can do. It's just up to the machine to do its thing. So that will always be a little nerve-wracking just from the sheer gravity of what that moment is from an engineering standpoint. But I will say the rational part sees that, you know, I've been at this for close to 20 years, like you said, seen a lot of anomaly investigations of all kinds of different things that have failed in test and whatever. And I can easily say this is the most thoroughly analyzed, tested, scrutinized anomaly and subsequent decision that I've been a part of in my time. So we have, I think, like you said, really run this to ground. In the process, I think the team that worked this heat shield thing is now kind of the foremost experts ever in the world on the pyrolysis of ablative materials, right? To really understand exactly what porosities give rise to outgassing or not at different temperatures and all of those variables that go into this. And so I think we have, I can't imagine how you could have more confidence until you've seen it fly for real in exactly how this material is going to perform, and confidence that, yeah, this entry corridor that we've laid in for this mission is well within, with a lot of margin, the capabilities of that heat shield that's up there. So the rational part of your brain has 100% confidence that this machine's ready for this job coming up here this afternoon.
And, you know, we heard from your colleague at Lockheed Martin, Paul Anderson, when we talked to him during our launch coverage about the difference of the entry profiles, the the skip entry that was seen during Artemis 1 and the changes that were made for this mission. But for those who were not able to be with us for that part of our live launch coverage, can you give folks just a Reader's Digest sense of what most principally changed between the entry profile for Artemis 1 versus the entry profile that we're coming up to here in the next couple of hours?
Sure. So the requirement for Orion is we can do what's called a skip entry, right? Which is where instead of just diving straight into the atmosphere, you dive in and control the lift and actually lift back up like a skipping on a rock on a water, and then come back in a second time. And we do that for a variety of reasons. Number one is you can spread out the entry heating and kind of distribute the loads of the deceleration over 2 events, which helps the loading. And that also gives us control of what's called the downrange. So how far downrange from the entry interface you can actually land. It gives you a pretty good knob to turn where you're going to land, especially in the event of bad weather coming in the primary landing site or any kind of contingencies like that. So we tried to test that skip entry on Artemis 1 and had a really deep dive into the atmosphere and a pretty good rise afterwards. And it was that subsequent cooling after that initial heating that gave rise to this interesting phenomenon that we saw in the heat shield, right? Where the lower levels are still pyrolyzing and creating gas, but the outer layer has solidified, and then that gas can't go anywhere. So interesting phenomenon. So we learned all those material things about Avcoat, and then the solution to it was, in the long run, to be able to generate a heat shield that was more porous so that those gases from the pyrolysis could come out easier, even in a skip profile like that. But for Artemis 2, the solution to just using the heat shield that we had was to fly less deep of a skip, right? We still flatten out a little in that profile, but we don't have a big deep dive in and a big rise afterwards, so that intense heating followed by cooling and then more heating, that cooling event doesn't really happen. We have a more consistent entry heating throughout the whole entry corridor, and it stays well out of the zone that we characterize as where this off-gassing problem starts to develop. So that's the big thing. It's not as far of a downrange, and it's a lot shallower of a skip than it was on Artemis 1.
And that helps to shrink a little bit the window of opportunity for the initial launch and then subsequent entry that we're seeing now, right?
That's the trade-off, right? Is we use this term mission availability as sort of the free parameter that we use when we're trading a lot of these things. And yeah, that's ultimately what it amounts to, is if you're trying to dial in all the parameters that we needed, you wanted to have, I mean, even things like when they did the pass behind the moon, right? You wanted to have Earthrise with a lit moon, and that meant certain times a month are out and certain times are available. And so by the time you put all those things together, it gives rise to, you have a certain window that you can launch each month. That's why, as you guys saw, every time something happened with the rocket, you basically had a week in February and then a week in March and a week in April. It's with all of those things, including this entry corridor on the back end, all giving rise to what are our launch windows.
Although, as we heard from Victor Glover, the crew seemed pretty ecstatic with the April 1st launch date in order to get that eclipse opportunity that they wouldn't have had with some of the other launch opportunities.
Yeah, that was definitely a bonus for sure. And of course, the pictures you saw come back from that eclipse were just out of this
Houston
world.
Integrity,
So
seat
that was
1
great.
and 2 leak check complete. Also, we powered up the AGA, and it's giving us a CO2 alarm at 4.4.
We copy leak check. We saw it as well. And copy CO2 at 4.4. We are discussing.
We also on the AGA have a bit A of 16. We've seen that in the past. Should go away.
And Reid, is the AGA been powered for 5 minutes yet, or are we still in that wait period?
We are in the wait period. We expect that bit will go away.
We copy, and that bit can also indicate that we cannot trust the other values. So we'll check back with you after the 5 minutes. on the CO2 levels.
A firm.
Listening to some words there between Artemis 2 Commander Reid Wiseman and the Capcom on this current shift, Jackie Mahaffey, who has also been one of the lead trainers for the Artemis 2 crew as they've been preparing for this mission for years on the ground through the various simulators and pieces and parts of their training profile. One of those simulators, the high fidelity iteration that is over in Building 5 here at the Johnson Space Center, or I should say, just down the road at the Johnson Space Center from where I'm broadcasting from. Bringing Sean back in here, Sean Odell, the Orion spacecraft architect over at Lockheed Martin. You know, we'll continue to hear some of those calls as the vehicle comes back in, as they're making sure all the systems are operating as expected. Can you help characterize a little bit of what we just heard, though, as far as that analysis on the carbon side?
So, haven't been following along closely this afternoon, so don't know exactly what was given rise to that call. It sounds like we're trying to make sure that all the telemetry parameters are within spec for getting ready to do the EI call there. It sounds like they're looking at a potential anomalous reading that's more of an incorrect value than anything, but don't know much more about it than that. Sounds like it's not overly concerning at this point, but it sounds like the teams are off looking at it.
Yeah, it sounds thankfully like a minor thing. You know, this is the part of the reason why you have crew flying. You have
Integrity, we are complete through steps 18. Seats 3 and 4 are yet to suit, obviously.
Jeremy, we copy you completed 16 through 18 and confirm for us whether you needed any adjustments of CIAS in step 17.
Negative. All the settings were still in their launch config.
Houston copies.
some words there between Jackie and Jeremy Hansen there. Well, Sean, we know that there are a number of people that want to talk to you today, so I'll make this my last question for you before we let you go, and really appreciate your time. Once Orion is back down in the water, the crew have been brought out safely, and you have a chance to talk with them and hear directly from them. What's going to be your first question to this crew about, you know, how the Orion spacecraft was like in flight for the first time with humans?
Oh gosh, that's going to be a good question. First of all, if I personally get a chance to ask them anything, I'll be ecstatic. Usually I probably wouldn't. There are, I mean, on the one hand, the giddy space kid in me wants to ask all kinds of questions about what was it like, and could you see meteors impacting the moon during eclipse, and what was that? What are all these things like? There are some technical questions for things we were trying to get through. I'm really interested to know how the audio system worked in there. We had some questions going into it about how noisy the cabin was going to be with all the fans and things, and if they were able to hear well. And so there'll be some of those kind of little interesting tweaks that we might want to make for the spacecraft going forward. And I think the next big thing is, obviously, as we're all well aware here, the agency is really doing a push to try to accelerate the timeline of the next vehicles, trying to get Artemis 3 up as early as next year. And so we're really interested in understanding if there is any punch list of tweaks that we think ought to be made to the operability or any of the crew systems in there. We have a fairly tight window to try to turn those around. So be very, very interested to get their feedback on things that we can do to improve the system even more on the time frame coming up to the actual lunar flights here in a couple years.
Lots of exciting things to talk about where Orion is concerned, especially if we're going to be right back here in almost a year's time looking at the next crew flying on board Orion and SLS. So Sean O'Dell, the Orion spacecraft architect at Lockheed Martin, thank you again so much for spending part of your afternoon with us over there in Colorado.
Well, thank you. Love being on here. So thank you much.
Yeah, we'll have to have you back pretty soon, hopefully. Thank you. Time now about 15 minutes to the top of the hour, and our thanks to the folks over at Lockheed Martin, in particular to Sean O'Dell, the Orion spacecraft architect, for lending his expertise to us for our coverage here of the return of the Orion spacecraft. You're looking live at a few different angles on the mission right now. Starting with the big box here, you can see the European service module of the overall Orion spacecraft with the main engine there in the heart of it, as well as some of those additional thrusters. Also one of 4 solar arrays that are built into the European service module that have been providing power to the vehicle throughout the course of this mission over 10 days' time. These pictures in the big box right now are live views from one of the solar array cameras. You can see the Earth below. And I'll note one of the comments from, I can specifically recall from Commander Reid Wiseman, but I'm sure some of the other crew members had similar observations, was that looking back at Earth from such a distance, and this image of our planet really exemplifies that, it's really quite striking how white the cloud reflection makes the planet look and how bright it is, especially from a distance. Of course, if you look at the telemetry data in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, you can see the velocity down there in the left of the 3 little bubbles. Vehicle ticking up in speed at about almost a mile per hour per second.
Integrity, Houston, we are ready for another CO2 reading on the AGA.
It is 5.1.
Houston copies. And Reid, earlier I did misspeak. The CO2 reading specifically would not have been affected by that particular bit.
Okay, sounds good. We just know we're in an ARS suit, and that's very likely contributing to that.
We concur.
Continuing our trip around the live views here in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, where you can see the individuals there in the white flight control room. The woman you've been mostly hearing from, that is Jackie Mahaffey. She's the lead crew trainer here at the Johnson Space Center and has been working with these 4 individuals for quite some time, since their selection back in 2023 in preparation for this Artemis 2 mission. To her right, our left in the picture, you can see the other individual at the Capcom station. That is NASA astronaut Stan Love. He's there in the blue shirt, the glasses, and the dark blue tie. The re-entry flight director, who is the gentleman with the flight operations patch on his right shoulder, the one who is seated closest to
Integrity, Houston, for CO2.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Reid, what we'd like to do is open the ARS ISO valve to mix the cabin and suit loop air for the time being. And we would just need a call from you all when Christina and Jeremy are getting in their seats and are a few minutes out from leak checks, and we'll get that back into a good config for you to start the next leak check.
Hey, Jackie, that's a reasonably good idea. Can we just hang on that for a little bit and see how we're doing?
Yep, up to you. We will wait. Let us know if you'd like that cabin air mixing.
Is there a CO2 number where you guys would advise that?
Reid, we would not want to go above 7.
Yeah, that's perfect. Let us monitor it for just a couple minutes here.
Closing the loop on the comment I was just making about the flight directors.
Houston, cabin entry config is complete, and Christina and Jeremy are about to start suit on.
Excellent on cabin config and copy suit down.
Good confirmation of where we are in the progress of the Artemis 2 crew making their journey back to Earth. You can see in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, 2 hours, just under 2 hours and 14 minutes before splashdown in the waters of the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego. Commander Reid Wiseman confirming that they are completed with the crew cabin configuration inside the crew module of the Orion spacecraft and the donning, or the process of putting on their Orion crew survival system suits. You may hear them called out as the OX suits. That is underway. All three of the principal flight directors are on board for this final critical phase of the mission. The gentleman to the left of Jackie Mahaffey is the entry flight director. That is Rick Henfling. To his left, that is Judd Freeling, the ascent flight
Integrity,
director.
Houston, for entry checklist. Your CMSM SEP ATP is set to go.
We see that on the PFD, Jackie.
Looking a little bit further and towards the back of the room here, you can see the gentleman almost in the upper left-hand corner of that box whose head is turning away from the camera right now with the grayish hair. That is the flight director, Jeff Radigan. He's been the main in-flight flight director. And then to his left, to our right, that is Emily Nelson, another member of the flight director team. In the box above them on the left-hand side of your screen, that is a visualization of the Orion spacecraft, giving you a sense of its orientation in relation to our planet as it makes its way back towards, again, a splashdown in the waters of the Pacific Ocean with the splashdown time set for 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central, 5:07 7 seconds p.m. Pacific. They're locally in California. Or 0007 7 seconds UTC for those joining around the world. In the big box, once again, you're looking at live pictures from one of the solar array wing, or SAW, as you may hear them referred to. One of the SAW cameras looking back at a really nice view of the European service module, the part of the Orion spacecraft that has been providing power, propulsion, and life support systems to the Orion spacecraft throughout the course of the mission. The main big engine that you see at the heart of that part of the vehicle, that is referred to as the Orbital Maneuvering System, or the OMS engine. As is the case with many parts of the Artemis architecture with the Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft, this is a piece that has heritage from the shuttle program. Of course, we continue to watch the progress there in Mission Control Center Houston with the entry flight director, Rick Henfling, going over part of the plan for tonight and conferring with someone who is just off camera. I can't quite see who that is. His hand is gesturing just out of frame. Again, Rick Henfling is the lead flight director for this part of the mission, the re-entry. So all of the other flight directors who are in the room are there to support him. And as we heard from Jeff Radigan yesterday, their job is to follow his lead and, quote, stay out of his way. So big decisions that need to run up to a point will run through Rick and then will be translated to Jenny Mahaffey.
Houston, Christina's got an amazing view of home planet out the side hatch window, and it's lighting up the cabin, and it's just a great blue hue to it. It's beautiful.
That is amazing. When you kicked us out of the cabin, we turned on one of the SAW cameras and also had the Earth's reflection on one of the arrays. It was very cool.
Oh, man, that is amazing. Jackie, the cabin audio cable and boom mic are in F3 large, stowed.
We copy.
time now, splashdown, or S minus 2 hours, 2 minutes, 39 seconds and counting. Mentioned the main engine on the European service module has a good bit of space shuttle heritage. It flew a total of 6 missions as part of the space shuttle orbiter named Atlantis, beginning with STS-101 on May 19th of 2000. Its final flight before being repurposed ultimately to fly in the European service module here was STS-112 in October 7th of 2002. Other shuttle missions in between were STS missions 106, 98, 104, and 110. The European Service Module has a total, or the Orion spacecraft across the board has a total of 33 engines. Those include that main OMS engine we've just been talking about, alongside 8 auxiliary engines, a few of which you can see at the bottom of the European Service Module, and then 24 reaction control system thrusters, some of which are located on the European Service Module. Others are on the Crew Module, which will come into play once the European Service Module and the Crew Module separate on the way back to Earth. Of course, this is always a busy time here covering space flight activities, and certainly a busy time for NASA as well, as the crew inside the white flight control room there at the Johnson Space Center have been busily monitoring the return of the Artemis II crew. In the upper left-hand corner of your screen, another separate, entirely, control room here at the Johnson Space Center is monitoring the International Space Station and will be in the loop for tomorrow's planned launch of a Falcon 9 rocket, which carries on board a Northrop Grumman-built Cygnus spacecraft. The NG-24 mission is a cargo resupply run to the orbiting outpost and will deliver supplies to the astronauts on board the station, including NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who, alongside Artemis II astronaut, performed the first all-female spacewalk back in 2019. Very touching in-space reunion for these two NASA astronauts amid their respective journeys, one in low Earth orbit, one making a jaunt around the moon. As you can see in the clock, we are now less than 2 hours until the targeted splashdown time of the Orion spacecraft. Again, the return timeline has this vehicle splashing down in the waters of the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 8:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Eastern, 00:07 and 7 seconds UTC. Splashdown or S minus 1 hour, 57 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. Saw some folks in the chat asking about views of the crew inside the Orion spacecraft. The camera feed inside is not currently on right now. If views are reestablished from inside the crew capsule, we'll of course bring those to you as they become available. You're looking live inside the white flight control room, or the white Ficker, there at the Johnson Space Center. The gentleman who just walked into the room and is taking a seat, that is Rob Navius, an extraordinary commentator with a long and storied history here at NASA that has been providing calm and thorough coverage across the space program for many years, and certainly is a source of inspiration for myself as a comparatively newer commentator. As far as the weather conditions at the splashdown site, things are looking pretty good for the crew as they're making their way back to our own spaceship, Earth. The sea state is less than 4 feet, so fairly calm seas. The winds are an acceptable level, and the clouds over the planned splashdown zone are also starting to dissipate. The spacecraft is splashing down off the coast of San Diego, but at a distance at which it is unlikely, as well given the time of day that the crew is making their re-entry there locally in California, it is likely improbable that folks in the Golden State would be able to see re-entry. However, there is a chance you may hear a sonic boom as Orion breaks through the atmosphere and targets its touchdown under the support of the series of parachutes following atmospheric entry.
Integrity Houston for entry checklist.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Reid, with this time to EI, we expect you're about to be stepping into steps 9 and 10 in the entry checklist. In step 10 for the SIP switch config, there are no deltas.
No deltas to step 10. Copy all.
And just to address folks in the chat here, we're aware of the echo right now, so we are addressing that on the audio side, there was a bit of an audio dropout. So we're working to reconcile that and clean that up for you. So please bear with us as we get that all straightened out. As we're going through this live re-entry coverage, we certainly appreciate the more than 18,500 of you who are watching along with us this moment in history here. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button beneath this video and sharing the stream, allowing some more folks to find their way into this live re-entry coverage as we cruise on through the final 2 hours ahead of planned splashdown of Orion Integrity. If you are just joining us, you're watching this special live coverage of the final flight day for the Artemis II mission. The crew has been steadily making their way back to our little blue marble here, as you can see, half illuminated from this vantage point on the Orion spacecraft. From this angle on one of the solar array wing cameras, you can see part of the European service module there on the left-hand side of your screen. At the heart of the aft section is that orbital maneuvering system engine, the OMS engine, which is needed to perform just the one big burn on this flight. That was the trajectory correction maneuver, or the translunar injection burn, I should say. There have been a few trajectory correction maneuvers that have happened throughout the course of the mission, one on the way out to the moon and a couple on the way back. But the insertion of Orion into its planned orbit, putting it on the right trajectory at the start of this mission, has been so precise from the initial parts of this mission, from the Space Launch System rocket core stage and the solids, up to the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion System, or ICPS, that teams ultimately decided they did not need to perform the outbound trajectory correction maneuvers. So 2 of them were able to be skipped, and they performed the third shortly before the lunar flyby took place on flight day 6. While folks at the Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas, continue to work with and monitor the progress of the Orion spacecraft towards a return to Earth, over off of the West Coast, teams are standing by on the recovery ship, the USS John P. Murtha. That includes NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, who is joined alongside the ship's captain, Captain Kenny, and will be among the first people to welcome the Artemis II crew back once they are airlifted out of the helicopter, or out of the Orion spacecraft on a pair of helicopters, and then flown over to the USS John P. Murtha. The process of crew extraction should take about 45 minutes to an hour to complete, and will involve a dynamic coordination between naval divers, fast boats, and that pair of Navy helicopters that I mentioned, alongside other recovery personnel, which include both a naval surgeon and a NASA flight surgeon, if needed, to assist with any pressing medical issues should they arise during the reentry, splashdown, and recovery process.
Houston, cabin switches configured for entry.
Houston copies.
Hey, Jackie, you got time for one question?
Go ahead.
When I was looking at the BFS SM SEP, it was the exact same time as our predicted SM SEP. Can you just confirm we don't need that to be a touch later?
And Reid, matching is expected. That's when the sequence will begin for that whole SEP config.
Outstanding. Thank you for the verification.
Just an ever so tiny modification to the splashdown time that I mentioned earlier in the broadcast. It will happen now 1 second later than previously reported. So the targeted splashdown time now 7:07 p.m. and 8 seconds Central, 8:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Eastern, 00:07 and 8 seconds UTC for those joining around the world.
Houston Integrity, you are welcome back on board.
Houston copies. We will take you up on that.
Houston, we are ready for entry pad deltas if you got them.
Reid, we are taking a quick scan of those deltas, and we'll have them up to you in just a minute.
Copy that.
For those just joining us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live special coverage of the return of Artemis 2, the 4 astronauts who have been living, working, and enjoying the splendor of the cosmos inside the Orion Integrity, now making their grand return back to our spaceship Earth. You can see in the visualization of the spacecraft in its orientation to the planet, the continent of Australia there in the center.
Integrity Houston with entry pad deltas.
Reid and Ike are ready. Go ahead.
All right, these are deltas compared to the version you copied onto your knee boards on flight day 8. For burn guidance, delta V tote will be 9.1. TGO, 20 seconds. Body delta V in the Z direction, 9.1. How copy?
Copy all.
In the entry section, total duration, 13:38. That's 1338. And splashdown time, 9 days, 013157. For descent and landing section, your backup heading direction will be 095. And for the landing site, a couple of changes to weather. First of all, in pressure, inches mercury, 29.95. That's 14.71 psi. Sky conditions, clouds, few to scattered, 010. Surface winds, 275 at 6 knots. How copy?
Jackie, we don't remember if the number is 06 or 08 for you, but we copy all on the entry pad.
I copy all. And with that, it's a good entry pad, and we can continue in the procedure.
Integrity.
We're looking now live inside Orion Integrity at the 4 astronauts suited in their Orion crew survival suits. On the left-hand side, that is Commander and NASA astronaut Reid Wiseman. On the left is Reid Wiseman. On the right is Victor Glover, the pilot, fellow NASA astronaut, fellow naval test pilot. Down beneath, you might have seen peeking through that gap there just beneath the middle or center console, the face of Canadian Space Agency astronaut and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. On the lap of Commander Reid Wiseman, you can see
Houston Integrity, although we've already confirmed it per procedure. Instruction 115 of entry checklist. SM separation ATP is go.
Houston copies.
Christina and Jeremy are fully zipped, and they're working on EBS and then seating up.
We copy. Thanks for the status.
the orange suits that the crews are wearing are formally called the Orion Crew Survival System suits. Had there been some kind of anomaly during the mission and they needed to pressurize those suits in order to help keep them alive, they could have survived for 6 days with those suits alone. Actually, Stephen, let's go ahead and bring back that entry, descent, and landing timeline. This will give folks a sense of what the milestones are ahead for the crew as they're making their way back to Earth. Things will start down with the separation of the crew module from the service module, currently set for about, I'll just roll these times off in Eastern for the sake of brevity. At 7:33 p.m. Eastern, that will be separation from the service module to the crew module. About 4 minutes after that, the crew module will perform a roughly 18-second raise burn that you see there in that second bullet point. That puts the vehicle on the right entry angle and angles the heat shield properly for the atmospheric interface. Less than roughly 15 minutes after that, at about 7:53 p.m. Eastern, when the Orion spacecraft is roughly 400,000 feet above the Earth's surface, traveling about 35 times the speed of sound, the crew will be experiencing about 3.9 Gs part of the planned profile. This will be their first interaction with the upper part of the atmosphere, and the crew will enter into a 6-minute-long loss of communication that is planned during this energetic atmospheric reentry. The drogue parachutes are set to deploy at about 8:03 p.m. Eastern, when the vehicle is roughly 22,000 feet in altitude, maybe slightly above that. A minute later, after the vehicle has descended quite a bit down to around the 6,800 to 5,800 feet point in time, we'll see the drogues release, followed by the 3 main parachutes. As some of you have had the chance to watch, but if you'd like a full standalone demonstration of the concert of the parachutes, we've got a great video for you right up here on the YouTube channel. If you want to mute us for a minute, go ahead and check that out. It gives you a really good, thorough overview of the sequence at which those parachutes deploy and the importance of all of that with one of the lead parachute technicians. 1 hour, 30 minutes and counting to the splashdown of the Orion spacecraft in the Pacific Ocean. Again, the splashdown time has been tweaked just ever so slightly, looking at a splashdown time now of 5:07 and 8 seconds there. For those in Pacific time, here's a look at the lofted entry sequence. As those of you who are here for our conversation with Lockheed Martin earlier in the broadcast, a slightly adjusted skip reentry that has in part shortened the number of days and opportunities for the Orion spacecraft to launch and fly its planned trajectory around the moon and account for the adjusted entry profile. This is part of the analysis that came out of the thorough digging through of the heat shield and how it performed on the Artemis 1 mission. Saw a bit more ablating and cracking on the heat shield than the models originally suggested they would see. That's why the teams took about another year to make sure they had a full and thorough understanding of the heat shield before they really started getting into the Artemis 2 mission preparations. Just catching a quick glimpse there of Rob Navius, a NASA commentator there at the Mission Control Center in Houston and the White Flight Control Room. On the right, that was NASA's Megan Cruz from the Public Affairs Office over at the Kennedy Space Center, who is currently live on the recovery vessel right now. That is the USS John P. Murtha. That will be the vehicle or the vessel.
Integrity. Starfield maneuvers initiating in a minute and a half.
Integrity.
time now, 1 hour, 23 minutes, 57 seconds, and counting to the planned splashdown of the Orion spacecraft. Local time here in Houston, 5:43 p.m., 6:43 p.m. Eastern, 22:43 UTC for those joining around the world. You're looking at a wide camera view inside the White Flight Control Room, or the White Ficker, there at the Johnson Space Center. This is the room where it happens, where all of the big decisions that have been made throughout the course of the Artemis 2 mission have been happening over the stead of these now 10 flight days since the Artemis 2 mission took off on the Space Launch System rocket from the Kennedy Space Center back in the evening of April 1st. As we heard from the Capcom in position right now, is communicating with the crew, that is Jackie Mahaffey. Weather looking quite good for the splashdown of the Orion spacecraft. Few to scattered clouds, surface winds fairly calm, and the wave height acceptable for the recovery. When the mission sees the spacecraft splash down, it will happen at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 57 seconds post liftoff. From well before the launch of the Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft on top, one of the main players in getting everything ready and in position for the flight of Artemis 2 has been a part of NASA called Exploration Ground Systems, or EGS. Yesterday evening, on the eve of the return of the Artemis 2 crew, we had the chance to sit down one-on-one with Mr. Sean Quinn, who is the manager of Exploration Ground Systems. We had a good wide-ranging conversation, more of which we'll share in the days to come. But want to go to this part of our conversation where we talk about the role of EGS, both on the launch side and particularly today as they are involved as well with the recovery of the crew and the Orion spacecraft. So once again, this is Sean Quinn, the manager of Exploration Ground Systems. Once Orion splashes down, knock on wood, everything continues to go. Not only, all good chutes come out, Orion's in the water. Where does the EGS team step into the recovery equation and the process of transporting Orion back to Florida?
So, it's interesting. The EGS team has important responsibilities on the front of the mission, getting to launch. And then on the back end of the mission, and we lead the recovery efforts for Artemis. And our NASA recovery director, Lily Villarreal, is on board the USS Martha as we speak. They are at the designated landing site, and it turns out the weather was good to land at our prime landing site, which is about 38 nautical miles off the coast of San Diego. And so, during the reentry process, we deploy helicopters from the what we call the LPD ship, the USS Martha, and we also deploy small boats. So, we get on station about 24 hours before the landing, and then during the landing sequence, once it starts getting ready to re-enter the atmosphere, we move to what we call waypoint Alpha, which is approximately 6 miles from the actual landing site. And so Lily and her team in the Navy are waiting for Orion to come out of the blackout that occurs during reentry. And once they achieve GPS lock, the vehicle achieves GPS lock, we can move to waypoint Alpha or Bravo, Bravo, and it'll be a little closer to landing site. And the idea is, that it might be 3 miles. Lily and the team is figuring that out as we speak. But the point is to get to the splashdown zone as quickly as possible. Now, to answer your question, when does the handoff occur? So after splashdown, the flight ops folks here at the Johnson Space Center stay in control of the spacecraft, and once we've determined that the spacecraft is in a good configuration, they will initiate, and we have comm with them, they will initiate a vehicle power down. And when that happens, transfer of responsibility for the recovery operation it transfers to the Exploration Ground Systems team, namely our recovery director and the rest of the team on board the ship and in the boats. And that includes Navy divers, it includes our contractors from the Comet contract are there, and representatives from the Orion program, health and medical officers. So it's a pretty big team that can address any situation or task that's required. So the first thing we'll do is we'll examine, do a visual inspection of the spacecraft, make sure there's no significant visible hazards, make sure the CMOS bags are deployed. That's a crew module uprighting system. Those are those big balloons on top of the spacecraft. And then we'll have divers in PPE. What that means is that protective equipment, so they can approach the spacecraft, and they've got instruments that can test for toxic gases, like ammonia, for example. And once they clear all that out, then we'll start putting, the flotation devices, attach it to the spacecraft itself.
The front porch?
Right? Yep, the front porch, exactly, and the horse collar. And then prepare to open the hatch, and then we'll have medical personnel and the Navy divers do a quick assessment of the crew, and then the recovery operation continues. So our goal is to, within about 2 hours, have the crew back on board the ship. And then after that's complete, then we'll continue to work towards getting the spacecraft into the well deck of the LPD ship, the Mirtha. And that roughly will take about 6 hours.
And of course, the crew is trained to be able to open the hatch from the inside if necessary, but nominally they're hands off once they're in the water, right?
Indeed. Yep. Yeah. The idea is to have the recovery forces get over there and open the hatch and help them with the egress. Yep.
And again, the man you've been hearing from was Sean Quinn, the manager of Exploration Ground Systems, a critical player in the flight and recovery of the Artemis II crew and their spacecraft integrity. Currently 1 hour, 16 minutes and counting to the splashdown of Integrity and its crew. You're looking live inside the crew cabin of the vehicle, which has been reconfigured for the re-entry process. Occasionally, as the graphics may shift, you may see a dual clock situation like we've got here for just a moment, just as a heads up for folks. The timing of this is slightly differing because the clocks are coming in from 2 different places. Our clock is configured to the time that was most recently relayed of splashdown at 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central, 8:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Eastern. Taking a look at our live chat here, I want to thank a few folks for your support of our coverage of the return to Earth of the Artemis 2 mission. So we've got more than 30,000 of you watching along with us live, and we very much appreciate you being here with us this evening. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor. Click that like button, share the stream, allow us more folks to find their way into this live splashdown coverage. I want to welcome in new channel members FB Lau and R. Cullen joining us with membership at the pad leader level. Thank you for your support and welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. As a reminder, channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, which is shop.spaceflightnow.com, where you can find things like the mission patch for the Artemis 2 flight, including the reversible variant that you may have heard about as this mission has gone on. With the front side that shows the moon in the foreground and the Earth, or the Earth in the foreground, the moon in the background, and then the inverse when you flip it around. Membership also allows you access to our 4K feeds for liftoff moments from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, as well as access to our members-only Discord server. I have a question from one of our channel members, Peter Booth, who's been with us now for 23 months at the pad leader level, asking if the main parachutes are reusable. And the quick answer to that is no. The parachutes are one use only, but the goal is to recover the parachutes in order to understand their performance during this flight. Parachute certification was completed back in
We saw them go enabled on board.
Quick update from the crew to the team at Mission Control Center Houston. All 4 astronauts have completed suit leak checks on their Orion Crew Survival System, or OX suits. So when they need to close the visors and get ready for the point of atmospheric reentry, they'll be in a good configuration to do that and make sure that they have all the necessary connections to the spacecraft, including good airflow and the ability to pressurize them if needed. Question about the cameras that we've been seeing on the exterior of the Orion spacecraft, mostly from what you may hear during the broadcast referred to as SAWs, or the solar array wings. The section of the vehicle we're looking at right now is the European Service Module, or may just be quickly referred to as the Service Module, or ESM, as it may come about. This part of the vehicle stands at a height of 15.7 feet, or 4.79 meters, has a diameter of 16.5 feet, or roughly 5 meters. This will be jettisoned before the Orion Crew Module makes its way back through the atmosphere, and the European Service Module is designed to break up and will not be recovered. Now, during the reentry of the Orion spacecraft during the Artemis 1 mission, views from the vehicle were a bit limited as the vehicle was making its way towards a splashdown in the waters of the Pacific Ocean. But in the aftermath of splashdown. NASA did release a full video showing the process of reentry through the deployment of the parachutes and the splashdown in the Pacific, so you can get a sense of what the sounds the astronauts will experience will be like in the visuals out of one of the Orion windows. But as far as the views during peak heating and that 6 minutes where the planned loss of signal is said to happen, we, of course, being that it is a loss of signal, won't be getting live views from the Orion spacecraft at that point in time. Communications with the vehicle are expected to be reestablished at about 7 p.m. on the dot, Central Time. As Orion is making its way towards the planet Earth, getting bigger and bigger in the views from the onboard cameras, which you're seeing live there. The recovery teams have been busy marshaling and preparing for as expeditious of a recovery of the Orion spacecraft and the crew on board as possible. One of the folks who is on board the USS John P. Murtha is NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. There is a media pool camera and team that is there on the USS John P. Murtha, and this audio was captured by the pool, which is basically just media speak for having one person in a given location that is of high interest and then sharing what is captured not just to whatever station they represent, but to the rest of the media. So this audio captured by the pool team there on the recovery vessel, looking live inside the Orion spacecraft. Let's listen into the words from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Earth is quickly approaching, and I have no doubt you're all going to execute flawlessly as we get these astronauts who will just complete an absolute historic mission, traveling further into space than any humans have ever gone before. The first time we've gone into the lunar environment in more than a half century. But I'll tell you, as you undertake this operation today, what you learn, these skills, please, don't forget them, because we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon again. We must. We have a geopolitical rival that's challenging us right now, and this is totally different from the first space race. Success and failure right now is going to be measured in months, not in years. So we are going to stay in this business. We're going to launch these rockets again in 2027. We're going to send them again in 2028. At that time, they're going to walk on the moon. If we get back to the moon this time, we're going to stay. We're going to build the moon base, and we are never giving up the moon again. Thank you all for your contributions. Very grateful.
Copy.
And that was NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman speaking on board the USS John P. Murtha to all the teams that are involved there on the vessel with the upcoming process of recovering the crew from the Orion crew module once it splashes down in the waters of the Pacific Ocean. Time now, splashdown minus 1 hour, 4 minutes, 17 seconds and counting. Once it's safe to do so and the hatch opens, this will be the first time that these 4 astronauts have taken a breath of fresh air since their departure, lifting off from the Kennedy Space Center on Pad 39B back on April 1st. A liftoff time of 6:35 p.m. Eastern, 22:35 UTC. Of course, technically, their last breath of fresh air, I suppose, was back before the crew module side hatch was closed, and don't have that exact time in front of me right this second, but you catch the drift. Time now to splash down 1 hour, 2 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. Taking a quick peek at our live chat here. Want to thank my mother who's watching from Northern California, wishing the NASA teams a happy splashdown with a very generous super chat. Thanks, Mom.
And Houston, we think we see a beautiful sunrise over the west coast of Australia.
We copy.
We are now exactly 1 hour and counting to the planned splashdown of the Orion Integrity spacecraft. You're taking a live look inside the crew module at NASA astronauts. On the left, you have Commander Reid Wiseman. On the right, pilot Victor Glover. Beneath Reid, in what is referred to officially as seat number 3, is mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency. And in the seat beneath Victor Glover, from this camera's viewpoint, is NASA astronaut and mission specialist Christina Koch. These four were named as the crew of Artemis 2 back in the spring of 2023. just about 3 years ago, actually, back that April when we first learned that this would be the quartet to fly the Artemis 2 mission, and they've been going through exhaustive training throughout the course of this timeline. Some big milestones that are coming up now. One of the big ones that's happening in less than half an hour's time at 6:33 p.m. Central, 7:33 p.m. Eastern, 23:33 UTC. The European Service Module, the back half of the Orion spacecraft, will be jettisoned, and the crew module, which from this visualization perspective is in the shadow of the vehicle, that will begin to reorient itself, and the crew module will perform a raise burn lasting about 18 seconds in duration to put it at the correct entry angle and prepare for the atmospheric interface. If you are just joining us now in this final hour before the targeted splashdown of the Artemis 2 crew, welcome. You're watching live coverage from Spaceflight Now, and we're glad to have you on board. So we've got more than 40,000 of you watching us this evening and watching this crew make their final preparations for their grand return to our spaceship Earth. It has been one heck of an adventure for these 4 astronauts, from liftoff, their flyby of the moon, becoming the 4 humans who have traveled further from Earth than any other humans before, seeing parts of the moon that no human has ever laid direct eyes on, illuminated by the sun, and a view of a solar eclipse that left the astronauts wanting for additional words that they couldn't bring to their conscience in the moment because of how awestruck they were in the majesty and the splendor of the moon in the midst of a total solar eclipse, but illuminated by the earthshine. Something that, in the words of Victor Glover, quote, humans may not be evolved to experience. But this crew, the first in helping with that evolution, as NASA and countries around the world are pushing towards humans to have a permanent presence, not only on the moon, but eventually looking out further to our planetary neighbor of Mars and sending the first humans someday to the Red Planet.
Integrity, Houston, about 3 minutes until the descent to TDRS handover.
Integrity. Amazing view of Australia and New Zealand. and a little bit of Antarctica.
We're starting to get some amazing video views from your recovery team in the air.
Outstanding.
Time to splashdown, 50 minutes, 33 seconds, and counting. As part of the flight path for the Orion spacecraft, as it's gone from a low Earth orbit to a high Earth orbit, back down for a relatively close approach of the planet before conducting the trans-lunar injection burn and then making its grand voyage out to the moon and back. The spacecraft has been going back and forth between a couple of different communication apparatus, a combination of the Near Space Network.
Integrity, Houston, comm check on TDRS.
Otherwise known as TDRS.
Jackie, we have it loud and clear on TDRS.
We have you the same.
That handover from what is called the Deep Space Network. Just up in the clouds from the recovery vessel, the USS.
And Houston, any update on GPS? We haven't seen a track in yet.
Reid, we are watching. We are starting to get into the window where they may start acquiring, so should be within the next 10 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. We're holding at step 17 and getting ready for CMRCS hot fire.
As you've just been hearing the communications between Commander Reid Wiseman and Capcom Jackie Mahaffey, the lead in the White Flight control room, who's communicating with the crew of Orion Integrity. The handover from the Deep Space Network to the Near Space Network, or the TDRS satellites, has been completed, and acquisition of GPS signal is in work. We're getting to a very dynamic part of the mission where the crew is getting ready to separate from what has been providing the power, propulsion, and ECLSS systems for the Orion spacecraft throughout the course of the mission, the European Service Module. That will happen at 6:33 p.m. Central, 7:33 p.m. Eastern, 23:33 UTC for those joining around the world. And then comes a big critical moment when the heat shield comes into play to protect the Orion spacecraft from temperatures that are expected to range in the pocket of between 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit during peak heating as it makes its way through the atmosphere. Part of the reason why the mission has been delayed to the point at which Artemis 2 flew was for further analysis of the heat shield following the Artemis 1 mission and the off-nominal amount of cracking that they saw in the heat shield. Back in the summer of 2024, the 4 Artemis 2 astronauts visited the Kennedy Space Center and talked to members of the media, including us. And in this piece of that media gaggle, if you will, at the Kennedy Space Center, the question was posed by our friend and media colleague Bill Harwood of CBS News about the heat shield and how the crew felt about the analysis and the decision to press forward. You're looking at one of the aerial assets there on the big mini box, if you will, and look down at the recovery vessel there on the bottom right.
And seated.
Houston, copies.
And as you just heard, all 4 crew members are now fully suited in their Orion Crew Survival System suits, and the crew cabin is configured for entry. So let's go ahead and listen now to how the crew described their assessment of the heat shield, the analysis done, and the decision to fly the same style of heat shield that flew on the Artemis 1 mission, again on Artemis 2, as future changes were being made for the Artemis 3 mission. Let's go ahead and listen to the crew in their own words.
The concern was in-plane cracking that was discovered due to permeability on the previous heat shield. It's very well documented online. I recommend everybody go read the report. It's really fascinating. There's some great pictures and a lot of great technical background in there. We had what was called the Charlos team at NASA, and it was headed in the Orion program, and they did a tremendous amount of research, a lot of kind of groundbreaking research in some facilities that we had not used before, and they discovered the root cause, which was the key to this whole team, was let's figure out the root cause, and then let's see where do we need to go. Artemis 3 will fly a different architecture. Artemis 2, they pulled the data and they scrubbed and they did wind tunnel testing and laser testing and hypervelocity testing, and they determined that if we come in with this lofted profile with a 1775 horizontal target line downrange, that this heat shield will be safe for us to go fly. We're actually even looking now at pulling that back even a little bit more to give us some flexibility on landing day, so they think there's a little more capability in this heat shield than at first they realized. So I think all that points in a direction of goodness. And I think if you as a human being that was about to board this rocket had sat in the meetings that we've sat in and listened to the experts and gone through the data with them, you would have the same comfort that we do.
Yeah, and I think it's important to, well said, and I won't
readdress any of that. But you brought up, former astronauts and other space professionals, industry professionals who have had comments on this. A lot of those are outsiders that haven't been in these meetings from day one and met the team and looked them in the eye and shook their hands at the ends of these meetings. But the other thing is, I don't want to discount the things that they've said. Anytime you talk about fire, anytime you talk about entry and heat shields, you talk about parachutes, these are high risk things that are sometimes they don't have fault tolerance built in. They have to work. And so I appreciate all of that nudging and poking and prodding that they've caused. They have made us sharpen our pencils and put more due diligence, more vigilance into that process. And so, but I think we have done that. And so I think the crew is comfortable because of that team, and we know how many people were looking at this, but at the end of the day, they were thinking about us and our families when they were doing their jobs.
And I would say that that appropriate skepticism led us to a culture, which is actually ultimately why we are comfortable. That culture is not about litigating a case of why we can fly. It's about doing the science to understand the systems and then making a decision based on that. That could be either rationale to fly or to not fly. And that's ultimately what got us to this point of being comfortable.
Yeah, I just want to put a little bit more emphasis on the fact that I think it's really important that this story gets told, and it's great that you're asking about it, because this should be characterized as a true American success story. I mean, this country now knows things about heat shield technology it didn't know. And that's the art. That's when you know you're pushing the boundaries, is when you figure something out you didn't know. And what they've done with all this learning is they put it in this category of us being able to understand the risk and make a risk trade. And now for us, when we look at the heat shield risk, there's always going to be a risk there, but it is in family with all the other risks we're going to take on a mission to leave Earth and fly around the moon.
Time to splashdown, currently 41 minutes, 51 seconds and counting. As you can see with this visualization of the Orion spacecraft, which gives a good graphical representation of what is happening with the vehicle from a third-person perspective, you can see the vehicle is, as has been said in the mission, tail to sun, largely pointing the European service module angled towards the sun, a little bit away from it now, as separation is about to occur with the European service module releasing away from the crew module. That's set to happen in less than 10 minutes at about 6:33 p.m. Central, 7:33 p.m. Eastern, 23:33 UTC for those joining around the world. Following separation of the crew and service modules.
Integrity Houston, we have confirmed a good CMRCS hot fire, and although we are not seeing GPS acquired yet, you can skip the troubleshooting steps in 157 for now.
Integrity copies.
That acronym, the CMRCS, is a reference to the crew module, the CM. RCS are the reaction control system thrusters. The Orion spacecraft across both the crew and service modules has a total of 33 engines. That includes the main engine,
And Houston, I think we just needed your call on GPS. We at least have GPS 1 looking good on board.
We are confirming.
It sounds like acquisition of GPS signal is looking good on the Orion spacecraft. You're taking a live view from one of those solar array wings, or SAWs, looking back at both the European service module and the crew module. And this a nice view because you can actually see some of the crew windows there as they're peering.
Integrity, confirm we do see good GPS.
We do too. especially GPS 1 is accepting in nav channels 1 and 3.
The Orion crew module has four primary windows, out of which the astronauts have been getting some amazing views both of the planet Earth as well as the moon during their flyby back on flight day 6. The two center windows are the windows 2 and 3, the main windows that are facing from the position of crew members Reid Wiseman and Victor Glover. The two naval test pilots.
Integrity, Houston. Your vehicle is in a good config for CM-SM SEP and go for CM raise.
Houston, we see the same on board and copy go for CM raise.
And you just heard a good call that the teams are in position for the separation of the crew and service modules. That communication being relayed from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey down in the White Flight control room there at Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas. Radioing up to, and the words being received by Artemis 2 commander, NASA astronaut, and naval test pilot Reid Wiseman. We're now just about 3 minutes away, a little bit less than the separation of the crew and service modules. Not going to make promises on what we'll see from the visuals here, but if there's a good preservation of signal between the ground and the European service module through the point of separation, this could be a really special shot, seeing the two separate.
Integrity, Houston. For the two enabled prop cautions, what happened is while the thrusters were firing, multiple pressure sensors on each of the strings diverged a bit from each other. Those limits look to be set pretty tight. We think it could happen again when the thrusters fire in the future, so we are going to suppress those messages.
We concur with suppress, not inhibit. Thank you.
Time now less than 2 minutes away from the planned separation of the crew and service modules. About 35.5 minutes to splashdown of the crew module in the Pacific Ocean. On the off chance that our timing here may be out of sync, we don't believe so, but just to be overly cautious for the final about minute now to the planned separation, we're going to go ahead and pause in our commentary just to make sure we don't step on this crucial moment, and we'll watch it along with you.
Houston, good step on board.
Houston copies and concurs.
Multiple views of
Integrity,
separation.
no action for the 4 CDH cautions. Those are SM related, not applicable.
Integrity.
Coming up next will be a roughly 19-second burn of the reaction control system thrusters on the Orion spacecraft, putting it at the correct angle in preparation for atmospheric interface. Time to splash down, 32 minutes, 35 seconds.
Integrity, you have a good GPS 2.
Integrity copies, good GPS 2. Houston, we got a great view of the European service module out the window with the sun hitting the side and the solar rays and the NASA worm right there. It's a beautiful looking machine.
Roger.
Fewer than 31 minutes remaining before the planned splashdown of Orion, and some good words from the spacecraft's commander, Reid Wiseman, admiring the part of Orion that has supported their life support systems, given Orion power and propulsion for the journey that is now nearing its end. About 30 and a half minutes before splashdown now. Local time 6:36 p.m. Eastern, in less than, 6:36 p.m. Central, 7:36 p.m. Eastern. We're less than a minute away thereabouts to the planned orbit or crew module raise burn, which will last about 19 seconds in duration. And that burn has now been completed.
Integrity, good. CM raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
Integrity copies. Looks good on board, Jackie.
Integrity, Houston, a heads up about comm coverage. When you perform the 180 roll, for the first minute or so in that attitude, we expect about a minute LOS.
We copy.
According to NASA commentator Rob Navius, there's a series of what are referred to by NASA as role reversals If you had a chance to watch the reentry video that NASA shared from the Artemis 1 mission, you'll have undoubtedly noticed that you see the camera view shift from the left to the right and then back again a few times. These are intentional rolls that are designed to bleed off excess energy and heat as they come through towards the splashdown site. The vehicle is set to reach speeds of below the speed of sound or become subsonic at about 7:02 and 25 seconds p.m. Central Time, roughly 8.5 or nearly 9 minutes after the beginning of entry interface. The start of that period of interface is expected at about 6:53 p.m. Eastern, or Central, 7:53 p.m. Eastern.
Integrity Houston, in EI attitude.
We see the same, waiting for the 180 rolls. And we have a great view of the moon out window 2. Looks a little smaller than yesterday.
Guess we'll have to go back.
Little tongue-in-cheek exchange there between Commander Reid Wiseman and Capcom Jackie Mahaffey, saying we'll just have to go back to the moon since it looks so small. Of course, that is the plan for the Artemis program, is to start a clip of regular cadence missions to the moon. Artemis 3 will be a mission in Earth orbit. Artemis 4 set to be the first crewed landing, targeting early 2028 if all goes well between now and then. The next big milestone following the period of re-entry through the atmosphere, where we have a roughly 6-minute communication blackout between mission control and the Orion spacecraft, there will be a series of parachute deployments. First, we'll see the forward bay chutes that pull the cover off the top of the vehicle, and that allows the drogue chutes to be deployed. Forward cover chute deployment expected at about 7:03 p.m. 22 seconds Central Time, when the spacecraft is at roughly 23,946 feet. If you'd like to learn more about the super detailed explanation with some really nice visuals of the parachutes, we've got a video up for you right now on the YouTube channel, so you can take a look at that at your own time. Following the deployment of the drogue chutes, which are deployed at about 23,483 feet, the vehicle will have slowed to a velocity of about 24,000 feet per second. down to 470 feet per second. Following the severing of the drogue chutes, then there will be some lead chutes that will be used to bring out the 3 main parachutes, those orange and white chutes that we saw back at the Artemis 1 splashdown. This is a look through one of the windows on the Orion spacecraft.
Orion in the EI roll 180 attitude.
Looks good on board, Jackie.
Time to splash down 22 minutes, 43 seconds. Again, you're looking through one of the windows of Integrity. You can see the reflection of, based on the window angle, I'm guessing this is Reid Wiseman that you're seeing most of the movement from. Might see a little reflection from pilot Victor Glover as well. About 9 minutes away from the point of entry interface. It's coming up at 6:53 p.m. Central. Roughly 21.5 minutes remaining before the planned splashdown of Orion Integrity, the finale of the Artemis 2 mission, as the crew is nearing their home planet, joining the rest of us back here on Earth, with, of course, the exception of those who are serving aboard Tiangong Space Station and the International Space Station.
We see the same on board, Jackie. Houston, purge is complete. Crew and vehicle are configured for entry.
Houston copies.
And we're in step 37, transferring nav state to BFS. And Houston, in instruction 509, we are not below 0.2.
Integrity, no action required.
Integrity.
"19 minutes and counting to splashdown. The entry interface is coming up here in now less than 5 minutes time. And shortly after entry interface begins, there's a planned loss of communications with the crew, expected to last a total of 6 minutes.
Houston, everything is looking good on board. Just confirm no pre-EI downloads.
Houston concurs.
Per NASA's Rob Navius, the period of loss of signal with the crew, which is expected, will last exactly 6 minutes time once it does begin. Now about 18.5 minutes to splashdown, about 4 minutes away from the start of entry interface. And a beautiful view of the Earth below. Orion Integrity is coming home. Local time 6:50 p.m. Central, 7:50 p.m. Eastern, 23:50 UTC. Fewer than 17 minutes to the targeted splashdown time of 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central. Less than 3 minutes now to the start of the entry interface. So Orion will be about 400,000 feet above the Earth's surface. Spacecraft will be traveling nearly 35 times the speed of sound when it hits the top of the atmosphere. If you're just now joining us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's special live coverage of the finale of Artemis 2 as the crew is making their way towards a splashdown in the waters of the Pacific Ocean. We've got about 16 minutes remaining before the vehicle is set to hit the ocean waters. And the crew on board the USS John P. Murtha is standing by with assets from the U.S. Navy and NASA ready to respond to Orion once it does hit the water. They will verify that the vehicle is safe to approach with the rest of the recovery assets, and then they will proceed to move in and bring the crew out of Orion and helicopter them over to the USS Murtha. 15.5 minutes to targeted splashdown. Recovery area is go to receive. We're about 2 minutes away, a little bit less from the start of the entry interface period. And again, less than a minute after that starts, we'll have a 6-minute loss of communications with the crew. This is expected. We will not be seeing visuals from the Orion spacecraft, nor will the ground be receiving telemetry data during that 6-minute period of time. Less than 1 minute now to the start of entry interface. Earlier this afternoon, the Orion spacecraft shifted over from communications using the Deep Space Network to the Near Space Network in a series of satellites known as TDRS. 1 minute to entry interface officially now. 14.5 minutes until splashdown.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
Integrity.
Just under 10 seconds to entry interface. Shortly after that, less than a minute, will be the planned 6-minute loss of signal. Entry interface now happening. You'll see that roll procedure that we mentioned earlier where they will start to dissipate some of the energy. We're coming up to the point of loss of signal with the crew. Again, this is a planned loss of signal, which will last 6 minutes in duration. Seeing the glow of the plasma and the planned loss of signal underway, this now a visualization of what the Orion spacecraft is going through as it makes its way back towards a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. And of course, during this period, because there is a blackout in communications, we will not be seeing the crew. We will not be hearing from the crew. The peak heating point of the spacecraft is nearly upon us. There's a tracking camera that's got the first visuals of Orion. This is a G5 aircraft. That's got first eyes on integrity. That tiny dot has 4 souls on board, making its way towards a splashdown in just a little more than 12 minutes' time. The Orion heat shield taking the brunt of between 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit of heat as it streaks through the atmosphere. Now about a third of a way through the anticipated loss of signal with the vehicle. Still a few more minutes to go before that planned loss of signal wraps up and teams can work to reestablish connection with Orion. Again, you're looking at the big box at a visualization of the spacecraft and what the mission planners are anticipating that the vehicle is experiencing right now. We've got about 11 minutes, 11 seconds to plan splashdown. Coming up on the final 9 minutes to the planned splashdown of Orion Integrity. NASA reporting that one of their visual assets, a WB-57, has a visual on Orion, as well as other naval assets. Less than 9 minutes remaining to splashdown. Just a couple minutes remaining before the end of this planned loss of signal with the crew. Again, this was a planned loss of signal as the vehicle is going through the most intense portion of atmospheric reentry, experiencing temperatures to that heat shield of between 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Data analysis underway from Integrity. 7 minutes, 20 seconds to planned splashdown time. Got a visual of Orion. It's appears to be a frozen image, though. Local time, 7 p.m. Central. Point at which we are expecting to get reacquisition of signal from Orion shortly. Teams are working on that. You can see some broken up views from the tracking assets that NASA and the U.S. Navy have in the vicinity.
Com check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Guidance looks good.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Integrity.
As you just heard, we've heard now from Commander Reid Wiseman on board Orion Integrity, communicating with Capcom Jackie Mahaffey. Just a little more than 5.5 minutes to splashdown. Local time 7:01 p.m. Central. In just about 2 minutes' time, we'll see the start of the deployment sequence of the parachutes, beginning with the forward base chutes. First, the cover will release, and then those forward base chutes will release themselves and allow the drogue parachutes to begin to deploy and help to stabilize the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no Cab 1 views of the chute.
Integrity.
Good tracking shot of the Integrity spacecraft making its way down towards the waters of the Pacific Ocean, towards a targeted splashdown side. This view coming from NASA's WB-57 plane. Coming up at about 7:03 and 22 seconds, we should see the forward bay cover jettison and those chutes deploy. Cloud viewing permits. 4 minutes and counting. The pyros for the jettison of the forward bay cover are armed. Coming up to the deployment of that forward bay. There you go. You see those 3 chutes coming up. There are the drogues. 2 good drogue chutes.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
We copy, we see
Less
him.
than 3.5 minutes remaining. After the drogue chutes are cut, then the pilot parachutes will deploy. Those are essentially the leads for the 3 main parachutes that we'll see here.
Integrity, good rates on 2 drogues.
We see the same on board.
NASA reports a good descent rate of the Orion spacecraft, fewer than 3 minutes to splashdown. Under 10,000 feet on the Orion spacecraft, still using the drogue chutes as per the plan. There's the cut, there are the leads, and there are the mains. They start off in this sort of hot dog-like assembly, and then there will be a series of pyros that cut, and we'll see them now in sort of a light bulb style. In a few seconds, yes, there we go to the full deployment of the parachutes.
Houston, 3
and
good mains out the window.
Houston concurs, good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
3 good mains. Good words from the crew. Good words from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey. Orion is less than 2 minutes away from splashdown.
Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
Orion Integrity and her crew are making a gentle descent down to the waters of the Pacific Ocean, now just over a minute away to touching down. Gentle seas await them with a wave height of less than 4 feet. Less than a minute to splash down, and the voyage of this hardy spacecraft and the crew on board of more than 694,000 miles nearing its finale.
Houston Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Copy,
And we have splashdown. Orion Integrity, welcome home to Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina, Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. The first humans to travel around the moon and back again are now on our spaceship Earth. Welcome home to the crew of Artemis 2. The vehicle is reported in a good orientation, referred to as stable 1, which means the heat shield is down below and the docking hatch is up above. There will be a series of support balloons inflated by helium to ensure that the spacecraft stays in this upright position, though. They'll be similar to the ones that we saw back during the Apollo days, and of course for those who watched the return of the spacecraft that flew on the Artemis 1 mission back in 2022. There's a view on board
Integrity,
the recovery
Houston,
vessel.
contact on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on field A, or Hollis?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
What a ride, Houston. What a journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Houston copies all.
Just to clarify on the status update from Commander Reid Wiseman, 4 green crew members means that they're all in good health, good spirits. Unofficial splashdown time logged by NASA as happening at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central, 8:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Eastern, 00:07:47 UTC, with a mission elapsed time from liftoff to splashdown of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 35 seconds. Recovery team is beginning their work, and you can see those large spheres that are being inflated by helium at the top of the Orion vehicle to keep it in the correct orientation. And those flashing lights help to orient the recovery assets as well. You're taking a look at the recovery vessel here. Again, this ship is the USS John P. Murtha. Among the folks on board this vessel, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, overseeing the first crewed mission from the moon since 1972. This is a view from one of the naval helicopters looking down at the Orion spacecraft with the glinting waters of the Pacific Ocean surrounding the vehicle.
Integrity Houston for SAR beacon and radio.
SAR beacon is in for 06, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. And we are also powering up the sat phone now.
The flight director, who has been in charge of the re-entry and recovery operations, is Rick Henfling. He's working through with the flight directors right now to begin to power down the Orion spacecraft. No dangerous gases are reported emanating from the vehicle, and so soon the naval divers and the fast boats will start to make their approach towards the Orion spacecraft and set up a large inflatable ring around the vehicle that's called the front porch. This is part of the apparatus that allows the team to access the vehicle.
28 per hour remain on this frequency.
We copy.
Can you say again? That was very weak and broken.
Integrity, Houston did not call.
Copy that, Houston. It might have been on the SAR radio. Stand by.
As the crew is brought out of the Orion spacecraft, they will go in the order of Christina first. Christina is in seat number 3, which is the closest to the Orion crew module hatch. Next out will be Victor Glover, the pilot. That is the next closest seat to the crew module hatch. That'll be followed by Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen, and then finally Commander Reid Wiseman will be the 4th member to egress from the vehicle. You can see the recovery vessel there on the horizon. That is the USS John P. Murtha. Crew splashed down at a gentle velocity of about 19 miles per hour. Quite the shift of going from about 35 times the speed of sound as they began atmospheric entry.
Integrity, Houston, with no joy on SAR and SAT phone, we'd like you to command an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30-minute power down delay.
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D+30. No joy on SAR radio or sat phone. And stand by, we have the master diver on SAR radio. Please hold comms.
Hey, Lily. Excuse me. Hey, Jackie, we just got the master diver on SAR.
Integrity, Houston, if you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
Taking a look at one of the fast boats that is starting to make its approach to the Orion spacecraft, Integrity. Going through the process of powering down the Orion spacecraft. They're home away from home for the past 9 days, 1 hour and change from liftoff. With the Orion spacecraft powering down, they are communicating with, as you heard, the master diver by a SAR, or synthetic aperture radar, satellite phone.
And Houston, Integrity, I've been trying to call you on the sat phone and not getting an answer there either.
Concur. We haven't had anything come through.
Correction, search and rescue phone, not synthetic aperture radar. That's something else entirely. Crossing wires there. Crew's been in the water now for just about 12 and a half minutes.
Houston, if
as
you can
this
relay
recovery
to recovery that we hear them, but it does not appear as though they are hearing us.
Houston copies, and Reid, just to confirm, you are pushing the PTT on the radio. Integrity, Houston, for sat phone, we are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea. Standing by.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk, the two buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Okay, we copy all, and just to confirm, you are seeing that you're touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
That's affirmative.
You can see the wide array of recovery assets that are marshaling close in the vicinity of the Orion spacecraft. Crew are troubleshooting communications options as the recovery work is getting ready to begin here. As we're watching the process of the recovery effort and awaiting the approach of the naval ship boats here to set up the inflatable front porch that will allow for a good extraction of the astronauts. Do want to thank one of our channel members
Houston
who
Integrity,
is
we're in
also
contact
named
with
Artemis.
NRD. Please do not reply.
Standing by as these comms are sorted, but want to thank Artemis for the very generous super chat. And coincidentally,
And Houston, please don't reply. NRD, very weak but readable. Master Diver, we can hear, but they cannot hear us.
still sorting out communications between the crew of Integrity and the master diver from the U.S. Navy. One of our channel members, Artemis, saying that he also serves in the U.S. Navy and once served on board the recovery vessel that's being used here today, the USS John P. Murtha, which is very cool connection, Artemis. And thank you again for the wonderful super chat message and for growing our community here by 150 new channel members. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And Houston on OE1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
Checking.
Once the astronauts are able to be brought out of the Orion spacecraft, they will travel back to the USS Murtha on board two naval helicopters. Victor and Christina will ride on one, Reid and Jeremy will ride on another.
To be able to share and experience this moment with everyone together. And of course, as you just said, yes, here with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Administrator, how did you feel getting to witness this and seeing NASA at its best?
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this. And then as NASA Administrator, I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at them behind us
We
here.
got everybody. Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, to get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, you know, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
Yeah, are we going to build on the momentum for Artemis 3? I mean, it's just around the corner.
Absolutely. So I mean, that's, you know, part of me too. Like, I can't wait to get the crew off of Integrity right now, but also getting Integrity back on this ship so we can start taking a look at it, because all that data is so precious to us right now. I mean, we are going to definitely want to take a good look at the thermal protection system. We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis 3. But we're already making progress, right? You had SRB segments already showing up at KSC. Core stage for Artemis 3 is rolling out on April 20th. We're getting Mobile Launcher 1 back in vehicle assembly building. So yes, there is a lot to celebrate right now on a mission well accomplished for Artemis 2, and at the same time, we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question, you know, for people who joined us for all 10 days to see what we can accomplish together with our international partners, what do you think about the fact that we're going to keep doing this more and more and more?
It's incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, it's the contributions, like the best and brightest across the NASA workforce from across the country, our industry partners, our international partners. We had a Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board in Jeremy. We had the European service module. And you think, in the days leading up to this launch, I mean, 48 hours prior to launching Artemis 2, I was meeting with the Italian Space Agency. We signed a memorandum of understanding to build a habitation module on the moon. I mean, you have countries, all of our allies and partners coming together saying, we are committed to this effort. We are returning to the moon. We're doing it to stay. We are building that enduring presence. We are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone. We're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely. And speaking of everyone, one more time, we're going to ask the crew here, you guys ready to land on the moon? Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
And we've just been hearing from NASA Administrator Jeremy Hansen talking with Public Affairs Officer Megan Cruz from the Kennedy Space Center. They're aboard the USS John P. Murtha. Meanwhile, crews are continuing to work to establish the correct communications between the crew of the Orion spacecraft and the naval team that is preparing to approach Orion and set up the inflatable apparatus around the vehicle called the front porch. This is a large inflatable stabilization collar that will help with the recovery work for the astronauts. Orion Integrity officially has been powered down, an important step for this recovery work. with Rick Henfling now officially handing over control of this part of the mission from the team at the Johnson Space Center over to the Exploration Ground Systems team with the official power down of the Orion spacecraft. Local time here in Houston, Texas is 7:33. A little more than 25 minutes post-splashdown of the Orion Integrity spacecraft. The vehicle, again, has been powered down as teams are preparing to close in and set up the inflatable raft called the front porch. The large spheres that you're seeing up top on the Orion vehicle are called the Crew Module Uprighting System, a series of helium-filled bags that, as the name suggests, keep the vehicle in its planned upright position. The uprighting system was always going to deploy no matter what configuration the Orion spacecraft ended up splashing down in. In the off-nominal scenario where the Orion spacecraft had landed outside of the planned recovery zone, the Crew Module Uprighting System would be able to keep the Orion spacecraft in an upright and stable position for about 24 hours if needed. Part of the reason for that is because the Orion spacecraft needs to be in this upright position in order for its communication systems to operate correctly. Local time here, 7:36 p.m. Central, 8:36 Eastern, 0036 UTC for our friends around the world. If you're just checking in with us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the return to Earth for the Artemis 2 astronauts. And as you can see, got a good vehicle safely in the waters of the Pacific Ocean. A nice helicopter panoramic view of Orion integrity with the 4 orange helium-filled balloons that make up the crew module uprighting system. You can see in the wide shot the various fast boats and other members of the initial recovery team are in the vicinity of the Orion spacecraft, and they're working to establish good communications with the crew inside. It's been a little bit tricky with their SAR phone, so they've been troubleshooting that. With the Orion spacecraft now powered off, though,
This is Mission Control Houston. After talking to the flight dynamics folks, we have a bit of a refinement on the splashdown time for you. Their computation shows a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time.
local time now, 7:39 p.m. Central, 8:39 p.m. Eastern. A refinement from NASA of the official splashdown time, clocked at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, meaning the official mission elapsed time from liftoff to splashdown was 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. See one of the naval fast boats starting to make a closer approach to the Orion spacecraft. Not quite making it up there to the vehicle yet to set up the front porch, but we expect that to happen in the not too distant future. Right now, that first fast boat that you saw that in this wide shot is making a hazard assessment before they make a close approach to set up the front porch. You can see those so-called sniffers that are being used by the folks in the naval fast boat, continuing to make their assessments on the safety of the Orion spacecraft before they go ahead and start to set up the inflatable front porch, which should happen here momentarily. With the Orion spacecraft powered off and the recovery teams making their assessments on approach and beginning of the deployment of the front porch, the responsibility for the Orion spacecraft and the crew on board will shift from Mission Control Center in Houston to Exploration Ground Systems. The clock has been updated, as you can see, to reflect the official splashdown time of 7:07:27 p.m. Central. For those who weren't here with us when we shared part of our conversation with the head of Exploration Ground Systems, here's more on what happens now with their team and the responsibility of EGS over Orion and its crew.
You know, once Orion splashes down, knock on wood, everything continues to go nominally, all good chutes come out, Orion's in the water. Where does the EGS team step into the recovery equation and the process of transporting Orion back to Florida?
So, it's interesting. The EGS team has important responsibilities on the front of the mission, getting to launch. And then on the back end of the mission, and we lead the recovery efforts for Artemis. And our NASA recovery director, Lily Villarreal, is on board the USS Martha as we speak. They are at the designated landing site, and it turns out the weather was good to land at our prime landing site, which is about 38 nautical miles off the coast of San Diego. And so, during the reentry process, we deploy helicopters from the what we call the LPD ship, the USS Martha, and we also deploy small boats. So, we get on station about 24 hours before the landing, and then during the landing sequence, once it starts getting ready to re-enter the atmosphere, we move to what we call waypoint Alpha, which is approximately 6 miles from the actual landing site. And so Lily and her team in the Navy are waiting for Orion to come out of the blackout that occurs during reentry. And once they achieve GPS lock, the vehicle achieves GPS lock, we can move to waypoint Alpha or Bravo, and it'll be a little closer to the landing site. And the idea is, that it might be 3 miles. Lily and the team is figuring that out as we speak. Mm-hmm. But the point is to get to the splashdown zone as quickly as possible. Now, to answer your question, when does the handoff occur? So after splashdown, the flight ops folks here at the Johnson Space Center stay in control of the spacecraft, and once we've determined that the spacecraft is in a good configuration, they will initiate, and we have comm with them, they will initiate a vehicle power down. And when that happens, transfer of responsibility for the recovery operations transfers to the Exploration Ground Systems team, namely our recovery director and the rest of the team on board the ship and in the boats. And that includes Navy divers, it includes our contractors from the Comet contract are there, and representatives from the Orion program, health and medical officers. So it's a pretty big team that can address any situation or task that's required. So the first thing we'll do is we'll examine, do a visual inspection of the spacecraft, make sure there's no significant visible hazards, make sure the CMOS bags are deployed. That's a crew module uprighting system. Those are those big balloons on top of the spacecraft. And then we'll have divers in PPE. What that means is that protective equipment, so they can approach the spacecraft, and they've got instruments that they can test for toxic gases, like ammonia, for example. And once they clear all that out, then we'll start putting, the flotation devices, attach it to the spacecraft itself.
The front porch.
Right? Yep, the front porch, exactly, and the horse collar, and then prepare to open the hatch, and then we'll have medical personnel and the Navy divers do a quick assessment of the crew, and then the recovery operation continues. So our goal is to, within about 2 hours, have the crew back on board the ship. And then after that's complete, then we'll continue to work towards getting the spacecraft into the well deck of the LPD ship, the Mirtha. And that roughly will take about 6 hours.
And of course, the crew is trained to be able to open the hatch from the inside if necessary, but nominally they're hands off once they're in the water, right?
Indeed, yep, yeah. The idea is to have the recovery forces get over there and open the hatch and help them with the egress, yep.
And again, that was Sean Quinn, the manager of Exploration Ground Systems, whose team now has taken lead of the recovery of both the Orion spacecraft as well as crew on board. We're now 42 minutes post-splashdown as the fast boat is working to situate the Orion spacecraft in preparation for the deployment of the inflatable front porch, the stabilization collar that will help with crew egress. Status of the astronauts on board integrity is that they continue to be in good health, good spirits, awaiting their departure from their home for the past more than a week and a half.
Hey, Rob. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we're back here on the bow of the recovery ship where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft Integrity in the ocean, surrounded by a number of recovery boats. As Rob has been saying, in those recovery boats, NASA and Navy personnel specifically trained to get the astronauts out of Orion. In some of our wide shots, you can probably see that there are 6 boats out in the water. More than 40 people out in the water right now on those boats. First order of business is to set up the front porch and the stabilization collar. You might also hear it referred to as a stab collar. Basically just to make sure that Orion stays upright, doesn't sway in the water too much, again, to make it easier for recovery forces to get the astronauts out. Again, we splashed down in the Pacific Ocean just after 5 p.m. Pacific time here. It's a requirement by NASA to be able to get the crew out of Orion within 2 hours of splashdown. So doing great on time so far. Plenty of time. No rush either. I was speaking to NASA flight surgeon Rick Schuring earlier in this broadcast, and he said to me, no rush to get the crew out. Just want to make sure that they're feeling good. And whenever they're ready to take their step out of Orion and onto that large raft, the front porch, folks will be ready. And as there are mission audio loops in mission control in Houston, there is a mission audio loop here on the ship, and it was just reported out that the side hatch is open. Side hatch of Integrity is open. You're getting these beautiful shots from our aerial assets. The ship itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards away. Again, plenty of people on the boat here, glued to the side closest to where they can see all this action. And again, with just 3,000 yards separating us, great views from the bow here. You can see now that side hatch is open. One of the Navy personnel is about to get inside there. In they go. In total, 4 will go into Orion. So it'll be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but the goal is to have a recovery personnel with each astronaut assessing them. boats getting closer now. Again, that one that's right up against Orion, those are the divers that will go in to the spacecraft to check on each of the astronauts. These other boats will begin doing a number of things, putting on that stabilization collar onto Orion, building that front porch. Eventually, they will retrieve the parachutes, as well as tow Orion back to the well deck of the recovery ship here.
That towing process will take a significantly longer period of time than the recovery of the astronauts. Could be up to 6 hours
And
post
so as we
splashdown.
wait for the Navy and NASA personnel to get their assessment of the crew inside of Orion, why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Henfling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty. The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from integrity. That, of course, allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle that will enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into two hovering Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter, for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
It's been just about 52.5 minutes since the splashdown of Orion Integrity as the naval forces work to erect the so-called front porch, that stabilization ring that will allow for the extraction of the crew. The little bit that's reflecting the sun right now from this helicopter's vantage point, that is the crew module side hatch that has been opened, giving the Artemis II astronauts a nice breath of fresh air from right here on good old planet Earth. And you can see the pieces of the front porch are starting to be deployed. Or it looks like the lead line actually. You can see one of those, or it looks like at least 2 naval divers in the water there just to the left of Orion from this camera's perspective. And yes, this actually looks to be the front porch, which will be inflated as they're bringing it out of that fast boat. It'll be circled around the Orion spacecraft and will help to stabilize the vehicle as the astronauts are brought out one by one. Order of egress from Orion expected to be Mission Specialist Christina Koch, followed by Pilot Victor Glover, then Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen, and then finally Commander Reid Wiseman. Both members of the Exploration Ground Systems team, along with folks at the U.S. Navy and other members of the Department of Defense, have been preparing for this recovery operation for years at this point, conducting multiple levels of various recovery scenarios, some with the full complement of recovery assets that are being seen here today, others at varying levels of personnel support. These have included at times the Artemis II astronauts themselves, also other members of the astronaut office, like the astronaut who has been at the Capcom position in mission control for this final portion of the White Flight Control Room's operation and time here. That is NASA astronaut Stan Love. If you're just joining us, local time is 8:05 p.m. Central, 9:05 p.m. Eastern, 01:05 UTC for those of you joining around the world. This mission from partners around the globe, a good view actually now peering inside the Orion spacecraft. A little bit dark to see inside, but a nice little peek at the Artemis II crew. The astronaut that will be closest to that hatch is NASA astronaut Christina Koch.
Of the stabilization collar, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is this stabilization collar?
This is what's going to stabilize the capsule out there in the ocean. We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be that day, so this will help prevent any unnecessary occurrences from happening, stabilizing the capsule and the astronauts inside.
So basically this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion?
That is correct.
And so what are they doing here?
So we've got the lower line that will secure the inflation device before we inflate it. That gives us the go-ahead that it's secure in space, and then we'll inflate it. And then once that is done, we'll undo all the carabiners and get this orange line on top tied in the same fashion. And then this will be secured to the capsule, and the astronauts can safely take their first steps out of the capsule onto the front porch.
Okay, and how long will it take them to set up the stabilization collar?
We should definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch. So basically after they set up the stabilization collar, then they set up what's called the front porch here.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
Front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in while we wait for the helicopters to show up and grab them.
Okay, so the medical team that was inside with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have higher trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them lookovers and just make sure they're okay while we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Okay. How does it feel, I mean, your team, you, to be part of a mission that's returning astronauts from the moon in more than 50 years?
We all feel extremely honored to be a part of this, as well as a bigger mission for the Navy and joining up with NASA to do great things.
Mm-hmm. And do you feel like you and your team are ready?
Yes, very ready.
Cool. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again,
You're taking a live look inside. You're looking at entry flight director Rick Henfling, who is giving a nice speech and congratulations to all the various flight controllers who've had a hand in making this mission possible now that Orion is now safely in the water of the Pacific Ocean and the mission is in the hands of Exploration Ground Systems. If they do bring this audio up, we'll listen in.
Pausing now to listen to some internal audio loops. Again, the operations team here on the ship communicating with everyone out on the water. It seems like currents are hindering them a little bit from unfurling and inflating the stabilization collar as well as the front porch. But again, the requirement to get the crew out within 2 hours of splashdown, plenty of time. So no concerns just yet. But as calm as the water looks, yeah, it looks like it's hindering the teams just a tad. You can see in some of our shots that side hatch still open. Again, inside there are now 8 people inside. 4 divers, Navy divers, all with medical training, each assigned to an astronaut each. Making sure that they're comfortable, feeling good. As you've heard us say in the broadcast, you know, they expect a little bit of discomfort. Again, these astronauts just traveled back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour, a nearly 695,000 mile journey around the moon. If you think you get carsick. Again, 6 boats out there, lots of gear with them, just in case, right? As we said, the crew reported feeling great. But again, all those folks out there in case they weren't, right? NASA is all about making sure we think about every situation that can happen. And so, of course, wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts needed more medical attention while out there in the water. You see now teams, again, trying to set up the stabilization collar and front porch for the crew to get out of Orion. They need both, right? The stabilization collar will keep Orion from swaying as you see it is doing now. And then they will connect the front porch to the stabilization collar so that the crew can take 2 steps and they will be in the front porch. Not a lot of chatter on the mission audio loops. That's a good thing. Again, things proceeding pretty nominally, even if they're fighting some currents out there on the Pacific Ocean. Again, the goal, setting up the stabilization collar and the front porch so that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch, get placed into harnesses so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Murtha here. The helicopters are going to take turns picking up an astronaut. So again, Helo 1 and Helo 2. Okay, and the recovery team here on the ship just got a report from the undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green. All of our 4 astronauts, Reid, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, green, meaning they are feeling great, not the complexion of their skin. They are feeling great, happy to be home, and ready to be extracted as soon as possible. And so, as I was saying, we have 2 helicopters circling the activity you're seeing on the water right now. Each will take turns picking up an astronaut. So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch. A Navy recovery specialist will be hoisted down into the front porch.
The restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
Will connect to the first astronaut, which we're expecting to be Christina. And then Helo 2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo 1 stays above head. And then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut, and then Helo 2 for the last astronaut, and then back to the flight deck here on the recovery ship. I was talking to Assistant Artemis Recovery Director Paul Sierpinski. He said helos are a much quicker, safer way to get on board. They did actually consider boats, but then if you think about it, longer time, the crew would have to move through more of the ship. This way the helos will give a more direct, quicker route to the medical bay for our 4 astronauts. Beautiful shots from our aerial and imagery teams. Clouds have dissipated for a clear view from the bow of the recovery ship here. You can still see divers in the water there. Encircling Orion, that is that stabilization collar we've been telling you about. As you saw in that interview just a few minutes ago, they have to first connect it to Orion, and then once it's secured onto Orion, they can inflate it, and then they'll further secure it with other harnesses and lines. About an hour and 10 minutes since splashdown in the Pacific Ocean here. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back home after a history-making mission to the moon and back. And if you missed what we said just a couple of minutes ago, the undersea medical officer inside with the crew in Orion reporting all 4 crew members feeling great. Progress being made there on the stabilization collar. It looks like they are beginning to inflate it. And it looks like they're starting to unfold the front porch in order to get that into the water here shortly and inflate that as well. Again, more than 40 people out in the water right now. And those Navy and NASA personnel have been in the water for now about 4 hours. The reason why they had to get out so early is just to stage everything. And actually here on the ship, when there are flight operations happening, you can't have anything else, right? Just because the flight deck can be a dangerous place, so they just want to focus on planes coming and going from the ship, so that's why they wanted to get the boats in the water to make sure that they have all the time they needed for the flight ops. And then the same crew here out in the water, they will stay out in the water for a number of hours after we recover the crew and get them back on the ship, because then they have to recover Orion. All right, that stabilization collar looking good around Orion. We're now seeing some recovery personnel getting on to that collar. Again, they need to further attach it to Orion to make sure that it can really prop up the spacecraft. It's basically lifting it up off of the water just a tad. Again, so it's not so...
Come off me for a minute.
so it doesn't sway so much in the water there. And now that front porch looks like it's nearly fully inflated as well. You can see a much larger surface area. And so once the crew get out of Orion, they can stretch their legs a little bit on this front porch, get some fresh air. And enjoy this beautiful day here on their home planet. It appears teams now are about to connect the front porch to the stabilization collar. And at that point, when both are secure, we should soon see astronauts come out of Orion.
As you've been hearing, teams are setting up for the Artemis 2 crew
All
members to
these views
start.
you see also being fed to the Landing Force Operations Center here on the ship. Of course, it is very important for our recovery teams leading the mission to have all the views that you're seeing as well. Again, listening to their communication loop here on the ship. Very quiet, which is a good thing. It means things are going pretty nominally, meaning as expected.
First astronaut we're expecting to see out of Orion should be mission specialist Christina Koch.
Again, all this activity happening just 3,000 yards away from the ship. So that means this will be a very quick flight back on the helicopters for the crew. 2-3 minutes, and then they'll be back here on the ship.
I know.
Okay, saw a thumbs up from one of the personnel on the front porch. It looks like they're now getting ready to deploy what they call the Air Rescue Vest, ARV. And so this is the harness that each crew member will get into in order to be hoisted into the helicopters. Again, those helicopters hovering just about 40 feet above the front porch when they're ready to pick up each crew member.
And as you heard from Megan earlier, NASA has a requirement that all 4 astronauts need to be out by 2 hours post-splashdown. So still running within their allotted time now at about 1 hour, 19 minutes, 4 seconds post-Orion hitting the water.
This is Mission Control Houston. Behind me, a fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room here. This is reminiscent of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program. This is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of Integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the spacecraft. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the mutual glow that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for integrity. On the front screen here in Mission Control, a sign that says "Welcome Home Integrity, taking humanity back to the moon, going further, and returning safely to Earth." So all of that jubilation, part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha. Once again here in Mission Control, this view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room. This is the old shuttle flight control room, and now is the home of Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Once again, quite a few flight controllers were invited in by Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to share in the jubilation following the successful splashdown of Integrity. That splashdown occurring an hour and 22 minutes ago, as we stand by for the completion of the extraction of the crew, and ultimately they're hoisting onto Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the USS John P. Murtha. Splashdown occurred at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. I had an opportunity to talk to the head of Flight Dynamics, Jeff Birch, a moment or two ago. He said the trajectory of Integrity coming through the Earth's atmosphere was so precise, they've never seen anything line up on a ground track like today's entry by Integrity for its splashdown southwest of San Diego. And the initial, you can hear it. Jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member is out of Integrity.
This first crew member out of Orion expected to be Christina Koch. Just awaiting confirmation of that. Looks like a second astronaut has made their way out. You can see them in their orange Orion crew survival suits. The order of extraction originally was planned to be Christina Koch, then Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, then Reid Wiseman. So if that is still the planned order, both Christina and Victor, the two classmates from the 2013 astronaut class, have now safely made their way out of Orion, awaiting the first of the two 2009 class members. First out should be from the 09 class of astronauts, Jeremy Hansen, followed by his classmate and commander, Reid Wiseman. First two astronauts making their way out onto that raft beside Orion called the front porch. less than an hour and a half post-splashdown. Sunset out west is coming up in about an hour's time, so plenty of daylight left for this process. And the third crew member has safely made it onto the front porch out of Orion Integrity. Should be Jeremy Hansen. You can see the first two crew members are seated near the edge of the front porch furthest from Orion. And the final member of Orion Integrity, the Artemis II mission commander, Reid Wiseman, will be the final crew member to depart Orion. Hundreds of flight controllers packed into the white flight control room there at the Johnson Space Center, all sharing in this momentous occasion, the first time that humans have been brought back from a trip around the moon in about 53 and a half years. You can see folks wiping away tears of joy. Lots of emotions, I imagine, are just flowing through that room with all the years of work that have been building to today. The return safely of the 4 members of Artemis II. It looks like Reid Wiseman is out of the vehicle. All 4 Artemis II crew members safely out of the vehicle and onto the front porch. Next will be the coordination of the naval helicopters who will airlift one at a time these astronauts. The 2 naval helicopters that will bring these 4 brave souls over to their recovery vessel, the USS John P. Murtha. The astronauts will be lifted skyward one at a time, with both Christina and Victor set to fly on board one helicopter, Reid and Jeremy on another. Here's a wide look back at the white flight control room and back out at sea from one of the helicopters in the vicinity that's here to share the live pictures of this critical recovery effort of the Artemis II crew. If you're just joining us here, you're watching Spaceflight Now's special live coverage of the return of the Artemis II astronauts, having now safely made their way back to Earth. You can see them with their backs to this particular camera view, sitting safely and snugly on board the front porch. They are each no longer wearing the helmets of their Orion crew survival suits, but instead protective helmets for the upcoming helicopter lift. Now, splashdown 1.5 hours ago. Coming up here in just a moment or two, we should be hearing some words from NASA's Associate Administrator, Amit Kshatriya. NASA Administrator Jeremy Hansen already gave his remarks from on board the recovery ship, and the Associate Administrator is here in Houston overseeing the mission from this vantage point. Coming up in just a little less than an hour's time, there is expected to be a post-splashdown press conference at the Johnson Space Center, and we will, of course, be in attendance and bring that to you live as it happens. The expected participants in today's post-splashdown press conference and the final big mission press conference wrapping up the Artemis 2 mission, we should be hearing from the aforementioned Amit Kshatriya, NASA's Associate Administrator, Lori Glaze, the Acting Associate Administrator for NASA's Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate, Howard Hugh, NASA's Orion Program Manager, and Sean Quinn, the Manager of NASA's Exploration Ground Systems, based at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Again, things can always shift around, but that is the planned lineup for tonight's post-splashdown news briefing here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Again, we're standing by for words from Associate Administrator Amit Kshatriya. A little more than an hour, 32 minutes post-splashdown. We are awaiting the approach of the naval helicopters that will lift the astronauts one by one off of the front porch up to the respective helicopters, of which there are two, and then they will be flown over to the recovery vessel. It is the USS John P. Murtha. Standing by. Let's listen to comments from NASA's Associate Administrator Amit Kshatriya.
A little bit of history made tonight, a little bit of history made over the past few weeks. Your thoughts as this team here basks in the glow of what they just accomplished?
Yeah, Rob, we're here in the control center, and it's kind of overrun with jubilant folks in the Mission Control, Houston, as well as engineering, and folks that just want to be here, part of it, as we watch our crew get extracted from the vehicle. And my thought is always about these teams, the team that's in the water right now pulling the crew out, the team here in Houston that worked so hard over the last 10 days, no sleep to get this done. We still have some work to do to get the crew to the med bay here on the ship. They all look great coming out, so hopefully that won't be too long. I think we saw the administrator on the boat too, giving his thanks to the Navy team on the Mirtha, which they're just an incredible group of sailors. I was able to visit with them a couple weeks ago. And then if you pull it all the way back to the workers and the folks that joined the rocket at Michoud, that made the heat shield tiles that held together tonight, that stacked the vehicle in Florida, that integrated the vehicle in Denver, that fired the engines in Stennis, that fired the boosters in Promontory. I mean, this is the entire team, coming together and being tested by the environment that this machine went through. And they did it right. The work was good. They did it right.
You've said in a number of briefings, of course, and in other forums that this is just the first step. The cadence has to step up, as the administrator has indicated. Now, it's a little early for the full report card on how Integrity did, but did this mission ultimately, from your eyes view, exceed expectations?
It absolutely did. I mean, I was waiting to talk about this until we were in the water, and I think we still have, again, work to do to bring it in and really kind of go through it bolt by bolt and see what we learned. But I mean, so far, given what we learned during the mission and given how we performed on ascent, on entry, I always think about energy in terms of the states that you worry about the most, and every time we put these machines through these incredibly energetic states, they came through. So I'm fairly confident that we made a big step tonight to get us on the path towards the surface. I think the path to the surface is open now. We do have to do all the work, and we'll make sure we talk about that as cleanly as we can. We learned a few things during the mission, but I have to tell you, this was an incredible test of an incredible machine.
From an American psyche standpoint, the Empire State Building was lit up red, white, and blue tonight. Our coverage was seen on baseball stadiums around the major leagues. How captivating was this experience for the American people, for the world, in fact, as we returned to the moon?
I have not been able to watch a lot of the coverage as we've progressed through the mission. I will tell you, just from my witness in Florida before launch, and then seeing the people's faces here, and then reading where I can about how things are going. I think this has been a gift to the world from NASA. NASA's given the world a gift, proving to folks all over the place, especially young people, and that to me is what this is really about. Young people, when they see what we can do when we work together, when we have teams that collaborate, that it doesn't matter how hard the problems are, we can solve them. I'm hopeful that Artemis 2, as folks witness what we were able to do with this incredible crew, this incredible team that we've birthed into the world, scientists and engineers and artists that have been inspired by this. And even if they don't come work in the program, which separately they should come work in the program because Lord knows we need the help, but even if they don't want to come work in the program, hopefully they grow up to recognize they can do amazing things when they work together and contribute to society and be good citizens and really change the way, the challenges that are coming in the world are overcomable if we work together like this.
And one final question. Flying to the moon, we did it. We've done it again this past week and a half or so. But the engineering that went behind the design of this mission and the precision, the pinpoint precision of this vehicle entering that entry corridor, it's almost mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is incredible when you think about the energies involved and the uncertainties involved. That when we inserted the vehicle into orbit, it was 99.2% down the middle. When we dropped the vehicle right on top of the fleet here, our guys knew exactly where to go, but the guidance was perfect. And it's interesting. I've got this question a lot over the last few weeks about, we did this before 53 years ago, and that. It is a reasonable thing to contemplate, like what's gone on since then. And what I'd tell you is, when we did Apollo, which again, the more we learn about what they did, the more magical it seems what they were able to accomplish given the technology and the learnings that they had. But when we did Apollo, the architects of Apollo, Gilbert, Seaman, von Braun, Mueller, what they really wanted to do, as they were contemplating what it meant to expand our range of action to the lunar surface, what they wanted to do was learn how to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first before they were confident they could expand their range of action to the moon. Now, of course, the politics of the time and the mission at the time was different, and so they had to go straight to the moon and bring people home. And then after that, the program kind of lost its momentum. But after that, NASA kept moving along those paths, right? So we recognized during Apollo that reusability was going to be important. We spent a lot of money on those machines, and we spent a lot of money on these machines here. But we recognized that reusability was important, which is why we built a winged space plane called Space Shuttle, and then we used that reusable machine to build a space station. And we learned for 25 years how to live and work in space, and have been able to develop technologies that can enable exploration. So really, what I think is now, 53 years later, we're at the point where the architects of Apollo would have been pleased that we're now ready to actually go back to the moon and go back to stay, because we've learned all the things we needed to learn.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us. Amit Kshatriya, NASA's Associate Administrator, as we begin to hoist the crew onto the helicopters to head back.
And as you can see, the first of the 4 members of Artemis 2 is now airborne, getting ready to be brought aboard that helicopter from the U.S. Navy. This will be a coordination between 2 naval helicopters, with one at a time, the astronauts being hoisted up. Let's go ahead and listen to NASA's Megan Cruz for a status update from the USS Mirtha on recovery efforts.
Hey, Rob. Yeah, back on the bow of the ship here, we are seeing the helicopters circling Orion. The first one there having just completed picking up the first astronaut. Helo 2 now hovering just 40 feet above the front porch, lowering a recovery specialist out of the helicopter. That person will touch down in the front porch just there. The crew members already outfitted with a harness that will allow them to quickly attach to the hoisting device. Look at the power of those blades throwing water out at the center there, the front porch, with now 3 astronauts and the recovery specialists. Again, crews already outfitted with a harness vest. And here we go. Second astronaut now off the front porch, getting hoisted into the second helicopter. That helicopter will now hover just a distance away to give room for the first helicopter to come back and pick up the third astronaut. As we wait for that helicopter to come back, make its way back around, just want to mention that the President of the United States called our NASA administrator today while he was on the ship, just minutes after we interviewed him live on our coverage, and congratulated him and NASA on this history-making moment tonight. Helicopter 1 again hovering 40 feet over the front porch. We will soon see another recovery specialist getting lowered onto the front porch. Wow, imagine sitting on that front porch, the wind, the water. But again, the recovery team determined that a helicopter flight back to the ship here would be safer, faster, and more comfortable for our crew, who just completed a 10-day mission around the moon. Third astronaut in the air, getting hoisted quickly back into the first helicopter now. That first helicopter now on its way back to the ship here. We will soon see it land in just a few minutes. Again, all this action happening just 3,000 yards away from us, so a very quick flight back to the flight deck. And now the only person left on the front porch, Commander Reid Wiseman. That second helicopter now making its way back over to the front porch. Here it comes. Making its final approach here. The last astronaut, Commander Reid Wiseman, now off the front porch and almost into the second helicopter. Both now on their way back to the ship where we are, the USS John P. Murtha, just west of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. Exciting to see our 4 crew members minutes away from landing on the flight deck here on the recovery ship. 550 people on this ship, excited, ready, anxious, looking forward to welcoming this crew aboard. Watching them now with our own eyes. Close to the ship here. Hearing them begin to hover on the flight deck, which is just across from us, here on the bow. The first helicopter coming in. And wheels down. Wheels down of the first helicopter carrying 2 of our Artemis II crew. Pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Koch. Helo 1 on deck reported on the recovery loop. Again, the mission audio loops that the recovery team are using here to communicate with one another. And an announcement just made on the ship, integrity incoming. 2 more helicopters on their way to the flight deck, one carrying the crew, the other, one of our imagery helicopters. Again, kudos to our imagery and aerial teams for giving us these beautiful views of history in the making. Set amid a gorgeous, soon-to-be sunset here in the Pacific Ocean. The second helicopter making its approach of the flight deck. Plenty of people here on the bow with their cell phones out, filming this moment. Some impressive flying here by the Navy as we are seconds away from wheels down. And there you go. We now have all 4 Artemis II crew members on the USS John P. Murtha. I'm sure they're happy to be out of the water and on this recovery ship with, again, 550 people on board, ready to welcome them home. But first, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, just making sure the crew feel good. We reported that they were feeling good when they were in Orion, but those were just initial, quick, verbal assessments of how they're feeling. Their destination tonight, the medical bay here on the ship, right after we power down the helicopters here. The team on the flight deck working quickly but methodically. Waiting for just one more helicopter to touch down. Very limited personnel here on the flight deck.
Restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
As that third helicopter touches down.
The ship is at flight quarters. Stand clear of waiter decks, aft of frame 095. Burn no cover topside, thrown articles over the side, hold all trash and garbage on station. Flight quarters.
While just a few folks on the flight deck itself, there are plenty more on some upper decks. I see in some of our views a very packed crowd overhead. Announcements being made over the ship's loudspeaker system, reminding folks to stay clear of operational areas like the flight deck, so that teams can work quickly to get the crew off of the helicopters and into the medical bay. Splashdown today, 5:06 p.m. Pacific time. We are within 2 hours of that splashdown time, and already we have all 4 crew members on the flight deck of the USS John P. Murtha. Again, crew waiting before getting out for the helicopters to completely shut down. Safety, of course, very important to NASA and the U.S. military. So we'll wait just a couple of minutes here before we start seeing crew members walk off the helicopters one by one.
And with the helicopter blades slowing to a stop, we are, as we just heard, waiting for the emergence of the 4 Artemis II astronauts now. See NASA photographers getting in place, and one of the crew members on helicopter
All right,
44.
And now here we see pilot Victor Glover.
This is pilot Victor Glover.
And mission specialist Christina Koch sitting on the edge of one of the helicopters, looking in great spirits. That familiar smile and laugh from Victor, I can see it from here. Christina, I'm sure, feeling the same way, just blocked a little bit by our camera here, but we'll see her here shortly. A photographer taking their pictures. Victor saluting folks on the flight deck. They look like they're in great spirits. Happy to be home, I'm sure. If you're sitting at home, I hope you too are wondering, what would you want to ask them if you got a chance to talk to them? Because that is what I'm thinking about. Getting the opportunity to talk to or ask questions of these 4 astronauts who just made history as the first crew to return to the moon since 1972. Oh, there we see Christina there, also smiling, finally peering out, waving at the cameras. Hello to you too, Christina, yes. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome home. A loudspeaker announcement on the ship saying, "Welcome home, Integrity." Victor in great spirits. I can't see who he's talking to, but I kind of think that he might be talking to his other 2 crew members. Shouting from across the flight deck, congratulations to one another. And so now we see some Navy personnel walking up to the helicopter. This is again the first helicopter carrying pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Koch. Both have taken off their helmets now. Some pictures, video to catalog this historic moment. A beautiful sunset just behind them here in the Pacific Ocean. Golden hour. These pictures will be beautiful. Now we see NASA Administrator Jeremy Hansen. He is on the flight deck, as well as flight surgeon Rick Schuring walking over to Victor and Christina first. We saw the administrator walk over to the other helicopter, which is carrying Commander Reid Wiseman and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. We heard from Rick earlier in the broadcast. Again, he said he's going to be out there on the flight deck to do another initial assessment of the crew, ask them how they're feeling, anything bothering them. But again, from what I'm seeing, they look like they're in great spirits and feeling pretty good for folks who just traveled 695,000 miles from Florida to the moon and now here to the Pacific Ocean. We're now seeing NASA Administrator Jeremy Hansen walking across the flight deck. He had been talking to Reid and Jeremy, now approaching Victor and Christina. A hug from Victor, a hug from Christina. What a moment that we're getting to experience together. I'm sure congratulatory words. You know, we got to speak to the administrator live on this broadcast as well, and he said the kid in him right now, giddy, absolutely giddy at what we were able to accomplish today. Returning them home safely and in good spirits after a 10-day mission around the moon. And here we go. We're seeing Jeremy walking, waving across the flight deck, now on his way to the medical bay. It's a short walk, less than a minute. Again, that's why the recovery team decided to use helicopters to get them on the flight deck for that short walk to medical bay. And now on the flight deck, we see the chief of the astronaut office, Scott Tingle. Rick Schuring switching places. He's going over to the other helicopter. Big hugs from Victor, Christina to Scott. Again, a gorgeous sunset setting the stage for this recovery tonight. All right, and now here we are, Christina, making her way, looking thankful, grateful, happy to be home.
As we see astronaut Christina Koch walking to the med bay, flanked to her right by Chief of the Astronaut Office, Scott Tingle, now walking back out to the two remaining crew members. Let's see if he goes to, yeah, it looks like Victor's up next. He's in the helicopter on the right from this camera's vantage point, and Commander Reid Wiseman on the helicopter to the left, number 42. Hugs from the Chief of the Astronaut Office to Artemis 2 pilot Victor Glover. Lots of jubilation to be back on Earth. Victor now making his way over to the medical bay, like his two mission specialist crewmates before him. You could see Administrator Jeremy Hansen just there beyond the helicopter blade by the look of it. And a crew member there standing by with a wheelchair if needed, but so far all three crew members that have walked to the medical bay have done so under their own power, which is always good to see. Scott Tingle making his way to the final member of Artemis 2, the commander, Reid Wiseman. This walk to the med bay for the commander coming 2 hours, 5 minutes, 18 seconds post-splashdown. Is beginning to wrap things up for this historic day for the Artemis 2 mission, the conclusion of the first humans to travel to the lunar sphere of influence in more than 53.5 years or thereabouts. And crew on their way to the medical bay. Good to see them all back on Earth, and wonderful welcome home. We do have a post-splashdown news conference that is scheduled for about 9:30 p.m. Central Time, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 02:30 UTC. We will have that on our 24/7 live stream, Artemis Live. So be sure to tune in then to hear from NASA leadership about the journey, this final leg of the Artemis 2 mission, as the crew have been making their way back to planet Earth and successfully splashed down and now on the naval recovery ship.
Houston, the flight control team was just amazing. We were able to have great conversations and communications about everything. And I don't know what else to say. I'm just so ecstatic. It's such a wonderful feeling to get to this point. Again, we still have to get the capsule, but this is huge for all of us in landing recovery. And I couldn't do this without my team. And of course, the full support of the U.S. military. There's going to be lots of, high fives when we get the capsule back in. And I'm so happy that the crew's doing well, Orion's doing well, and, thank you for everybody watching.
Yeah, it was great.
And you're looking now live back at a mostly empty white flight control room, the nerve center for the Artemis 2 mission since it has been in flight. And now that Orion is back on Earth, the crew safely in the med bay, getting their first medical checkups back here on planet Earth. The flight controllers team time in this room is done for now until preparations begin for Artemis 3. And our time with you for now also coming to a close as we're wrapping up our dedicated coverage with commentary on the return of Artemis 2. Of course, as we mentioned, there is a post-splashdown news conference coming up at 9:30 p.m. Central, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 0230 UTC for those joining around the world. Also tonight, there is a Starlink launch out at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. So a couple of different ways that we'll bring you this live coverage. We'll have the news conference over on our 24/7 live stream, Artemis Live, and we will have the Starlink broadcast over on Launchpad Live. So whatever is your flavor of choice tonight, whether you want to see the Falcon 9 fly or you want to see the NASA leadership talk about how this mission played out and hear a little bit more about where things stand, we'll have both for you. So you can let this be a choose your own adventure tonight in which direction of space exploration you want to go. Want to give a big heartfelt thank you to our wonderful team behind the scenes, from our moderators on YouTube to all of you who have been watching the broadcast and been commenting, supporting our coverage from here in Houston throughout the course of this entire adventure. We're awaiting the crew to come back to Houston, and we'll have coverage of that tomorrow. But want to give a big thank you, of course, to our team here at Spaceflight Now, to John Pisani, to Adam Bernstein, Michael Kane, and our editor, Stephen Young. It's been one heck of a mission to cover here, the return of human spaceflight out to the moon for the first time in more than half a century. And it's been an honor to lead our coverage from here in Houston, Texas, right down the road from the Johnson Space Center. And I'll be heading over to the Johnson Space Center for that news briefing coming up here in about 10 minutes. Want to give a big final thank you to all of you who have been watching from home, whether you watch part of our coverage, all of our coverage, the videos we put on YouTube, and there's much more to come from our coverage of Artemis 2 and what is coming down the road for lunar exploration with humans, robotics, and everything in between. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm Will Robinson Smith. As always, be good to yourselves, be good to others. Welcome home, Artemis 2, and good night.